At the bottom of our world, where the sun disappears for months and temperatures plummet to depths that would shatter steel, lies a continent that refuses to surrender its secrets. Arctantica holds mysteries that defy explanation, wrapped in ice so ancient it remembers when the world was young. Tonight, we drift through the frozen silence together, exploring phenomena that challenge what we think we know about our planet. From caves that sing in frequencies we can't explain, to creatures that shouldn't exist in waters that never see light, to artifacts that predate human civilization by millions of years. This is a place where science meets the inexplicable, where each discovery raises more questions than it answers. The ice here doesn't just preserve, it conceals, and in the hours ahead, we'll wander through these polar enigmas, letting the strange and beautiful mysteries of this frozen realm guide us toward rest. Close your eyes, let your mind settle into the quiet wonder of the unknown, and allow the secrets of Arctantica to carry you into sleep. The Ice Caves of Arctantica. 3 research teams entered the Arctantican ice caves between 2019 and 2023. Only 2 returned with their equipment intact, and none could adequately explain what they encountered in those frozen corridors that stretched deeper than any building is tall. The caves weren't supposed to exist. Standard glaciology suggested that ice sheets of this density and age couldn't maintain such massive hollow spaces. Yet satellite-penetrating radar revealed caverns spanning kilometers beneath the surface, some with ceiling heights approaching 200 meters. When Dr. Elena Vasquez first published these findings in the Journal of Polar Research, 3 separate climatology departments requested her raw data for independent verification. They found the same impossible architecture carved into ice that predates recorded civilization. Sarah Chen led the first documented descent in March 2019. Her team's preliminary survey equipment detected structural anomalies within the first 500 meters, geometric patterns in the ice walls that appeared too regular for natural formation. The expedition logs, later released through a Freedom of Information request, described chambers connected by passages that seemed to follow deliberate pathways rather than the chaotic patterns typical of glacial cave systems. Chen's team spent 6 days mapping what they believed was a small section of the cave network. On the 7th day, their depth sensors malfunctioned simultaneously. The emergency ascent protocols activated automatically, pulling them back to the surface before they could investigate further. The second expedition arrived 8 months later, equipped with backup systems and redundant communication arrays. Dr. Marcus Webb's team descended along the same route Chen had mapped, but found passages that didn't match the previous documentation. Corridors that should have led to mapped chambers instead opened into vast spaces their lights couldn't fully illuminate. Webb's expedition lasted 11 days. Their final transmission, recorded at 3:47 a.m. local time, described discovering what appeared to be structured ice formations resembling architectural elements. The audio quality deteriorates significantly after this point, but analysis suggests the team encountered something that fundamentally altered their understanding of the cave system's nature. When they emerged, 2 team members required immediate medical attention for symptoms resembling acute hypothermia, despite their protective gear functioning normally. More puzzling, their core body temperatures had dropped to levels that should have been fatal, yet they showed no signs of frostbite or typical cold-related tissue damage. The third expedition never made it past the initial descent point. Equipment failures plagued the mission from the moment they entered the cave system. Specialized ice-penetrating cameras produced images that appeared corrupted, showing geometric distortions that technical analysis couldn't explain. The team attributed these failures to electromagnetic interference, though no known source could account for the specific frequency patterns they recorded. Dr. Vasquez has spent the past 4 years analyzing samples brought back from these expeditions. The ice cores contain crystalline structures that don't match any known formation process. Under electron microscopy, the samples reveal layered compositions suggesting formation over thousands of years, yet isotope dating produces inconsistent results that range from 12,000 to 40,000 years old. More intriguing are the microscopic inclusions found throughout the samples. These appear to be organic compounds, preserved in the ice at temperatures that should prevent any biological activity. Yet spectroscopic analysis indicates these compounds show signs of recent molecular activity, as if they were somehow maintaining biological processes in a state of suspension. The cave system's acoustic properties present another layer of mystery. Sound travels through these chambers in ways that violate basic principles of acoustics in enclosed spaces. Team members consistently reported hearing echoes that seem to originate from deeper in the cave system, long after the initial sounds should have dissipated. Dr. Webb's team recorded these acoustic anomalies during their expedition. The recordings, when played back at normal speed, reveal what sounds like ambient cave noise. However, when slowed down and analyzed through frequency separation, the audio contains patterns that resemble structured communication. Multiple linguistic analysis programs have attempted to decode these patterns, but results remain inconclusive. The cave system appears to extend far beyond what any expedition has managed to explore. Ground-penetrating radar suggests the network connects to other ice formations across vast distances, potentially linking different regions of the continent through underground passages. If accurate, this would represent the largest known cave system on Earth, hidden beneath ice that has remained undisturbed for millennia. Recent satellite imagery has identified additional entrance points to what may be the same cave network. These openings appear and disappear based on seasonal ice shifts, suggesting the system breathes with the natural movement of the ice sheets above. This dynamic relationship between the caves and the surface ice creates brief windows of accessibility that researchers are still learning to predict. The scientific community remains divided on the cave's significance. Some researchers argue they represent natural geological formations that happen to display unusual characteristics due to the extreme polar environment. Others suggest the evidence points to phenomena that current glaciology cannot adequately explain. Dr. Chen has proposed a long-term research initiative that would establish a permanent monitoring station at the cave entrance. The project would use remote sensing equipment to continuously map the cave system's changes over time, avoiding the risks associated with human exploration while gathering data that might explain the cave's anomalous properties. The proposal faces significant logistical challenges. The cave system's location requires specialized equipment transport across some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth. Additionally, the electromagnetic interference that plagued previous expeditions could compromise the sensitive monitoring equipment essential to the project's success. Yet the questions raised by these initial explorations continue to drive research interest. The ice caves of Arctantica have preserved something that challenges our understanding of what can exist in the Earth's most extreme environments. Whether that something is a natural phenomenon operating according to principles we don't yet understand, or evidence of processes that occurred long before modern science existed to document them, remains an open question. 3 teams descended into those frozen depths. Each returned with more questions than answers, and with the growing certainty that the ice caves hold secrets that extend far beyond what any single expedition could hope to uncover. Ancient meteorites beneath the ice. The Allen Hills Meteorite Collection sits in climate-controlled storage at NASA's Johnson Space Center, but specimen ALH 84001 tells a story that begins 4.5 billion years ago, when our solar system was nothing more than swirling cosmic dust. This small chunk of Martian rock, no bigger than a potato, traveled through the void for millions of years before embedding itself in Arctantica's ancient ice. When scientists finally extracted it in 1984, they discovered something that challenged everything we thought we knew about life in the universe. Dr. David McKay spent 12 years studying ALH 84001 under electron microscopes, documenting structures that looked remarkably like fossilized bacteria. The formations were microscopic, chain-like patterns that bore an uncanny resemblance to the earliest life forms found on Earth. But these weren't terrestrial organisms. They were potential evidence of ancient Martian life, preserved in a meteorite that had been waiting beneath Arctantica's ice for 13,000 years. The discovery sparked fierce debate in the scientific community. Some researchers argued that the structures were simply mineral formations, products of chemical processes rather than biological ones. Others maintained that the evidence pointed to something far more profound, proof that life had once existed on Mars, and that Arctantica held the key to understanding our cosmic origins. But ALH 84001 was just the beginning. Deep beneath the ice sheet, meteorite hunters have uncovered specimens that predate our solar system itself. These interstellar visitors carry isotopic signatures that don't match anything found naturally on Earth. They're fragments of stars that died billions of years ago, carrying within their crystalline structures the chemical fingerprints of distant galaxies. The Murchison meteorite, discovered in Arctantica's interior in 1969, contained more than 70 different amino acids, the building blocks of life. Most remarkably, these amino acids showed a left-handed chirality, the same molecular orientation found in all Earth-based life forms. The implications were staggering. Either life developed the same fundamental characteristics independently across the cosmos, or these meteorites were delivering the basic components of life to countless worlds throughout the universe. Research teams working in Arctantica's transantarctic mountains have uncovered what they call the Cosmic Library, a collection of meteorites that spans the entire history of our solar system. Each specimen tells a different chapter of celestial evolution. Some contain diamonds formed in the hearts of dying stars. Others carry traces of water that predates Earth's oceans by hundreds of millions of years. The preservation conditions in Arctantica are unlike anywhere else on Earth. The dry, cold environment prevents weathering and contamination, keeping these cosmic messengers in pristine condition. Scientists can study them as they existed in space, unmarked by terrestrial processes that would normally alter their composition over time. Dr. Monica Grady, a planetary scientist who has spent decades studying Arctantican meteorites, describes the experience as reading the universe's autobiography. Each meteorite contains clues about the formation of planets, the death of stars, and the distribution of elements across the cosmos. Some specimens show evidence of having been altered by liquid water, suggesting they originated from worlds where oceans once existed. The most intriguing discoveries come from meteorites that show signs of thermal metamorphism, heating events that occurred long after their parent bodies formed. These heat signatures tell stories of cosmic collisions, planetary migrations, and the violent processes that shaped our solar system. Some specimens contain shocked quartz and other minerals that form only under extreme pressure, evidence of cataclysmic impacts that sent chunks of entire worlds hurtling through space. Recent excavations have uncovered meteorites with unusual magnetic properties, suggesting they formed in the presence of powerful magnetic fields far stronger than anything in our current solar system. These specimens hint at a time when our cosmic neighborhood was a more turbulent place, when massive magnetic storms swept between the planets and stellar winds carved channels through the fabric of space itself. The isotopic analysis of these ancient visitors reveals elements that shouldn't exist in our solar system's current configuration. Some meteorites contain isotopes of titanium and chromium that could only have formed in specific types of stellar explosions. Others show evidence of neutron bombardment, suggesting they passed through regions of space where dying stars were unleashing torrents of high-energy radiation. Perhaps most mysteriously, several meteorites recovered from Arctantica's deep ice contain organic compounds that don't match any known biological processes. These molecules are complex, structured in ways that suggest they might have formed through unknown chemical pathways. Some researchers speculate they could be evidence of exotic biochemistry, life forms that evolved under conditions completely different from those on Earth. The preservation of these cosmic artifacts beneath Arctantica's ice creates a unique window into deep time. Unlike meteorites found elsewhere on Earth, which are quickly altered by weathering and contamination, Arctantican specimens maintain their original composition for thousands of years. They're time capsules from the early universe, carrying information about stellar nucleosynthesis, planetary formation, and the distribution of heavy elements across the galaxy. As climate change threatens to alter Arctantica's pristine environment, researchers are racing to catalog these cosmic messengers before they're lost forever. Each meteorite represents an irreplaceable piece of our universe's history, a fragment of story that began billions of years ago in the hearts of distant stars. The meteorites beneath Arctantica's ice don't just tell us about the past, they hint at possibilities we're only beginning to understand. They suggest that life's building blocks are scattered throughout the cosmos, that the processes that created our world are playing out on countless other planets, and that the universe itself might be far more connected than we ever imagined. In the frozen silence of Arctantica, these ancient visitors wait patiently, holding secrets that could reshape our understanding of existence itself. The vanished civilization of Arctus. 3 separate archaeological expeditions found the same carved symbol in locations over 800 miles apart. The symbol itself, defies conventional understanding. It depicts technology that shouldn't have existed in the ancient world. Yet carbon dating places these artifacts thousands of years before recorded civilization reached the polar regions. The symbol belongs to something called Arctus. Most scholars dismiss it as coincidence, perhaps the result of similar environmental pressures creating similar artistic expressions. But when you examine the precision of the carvings, the consistency of the metallurgy, and the sophisticated understanding of astronomy embedded in each piece, coincidence becomes an inadequate explanation. Dr. Elena Vasquez first encountered the Arctus symbol during a routine geological survey in 2019. She was documenting ice core samples when her team's ground-penetrating radar detected an anomaly 30 feet below the surface. What they found challenged everything we thought we knew about human presence in the Antarctic. The object was a metallic disc, roughly 8 inches in diameter, covered in intricate engravings that spiraled from the center outward. The metal itself was an alloy that contemporary metallurgists struggled to identify. It contained trace elements that shouldn't exist in nature, combined in ratios that our current technology can barely achieve. But it was the astronomical data that truly baffled researchers. The disk contained star charts, not approximate representations, but precise mathematical calculations showing celestial positions from roughly 4,000 years ago. The level of accuracy suggested tools and knowledge that we associate with modern astronomy. Yet this artifact predated known Antarctic exploration by millennia. Similar discoveries followed. In 2020, a Russian research team found carved stone tablets near the Transantarctic Mountains. The tablets bore the same symbol, alongside what appeared to be architectural blueprints. The designs showed sophisticated understanding of thermal dynamics and structural engineering, knowledge that would have been essential for survival in the harsh polar environment. The blueprints depicted buildings designed to harness geothermal energy, with ventilation systems that could regulate temperature in extreme conditions. These weren't primitive shelters, but evidence of advanced planning and engineering expertise. The mathematical precision of the measurements suggested a civilization with standardized units and sophisticated surveying techniques. Then came the linguistic breakthrough. Dr. Marcus Chen, a specialist in ancient languages, noticed patterns in the symbols that suggested a written language, not pictographs or simple representational art, but a complex system of communication with grammatical structure and abstract concepts. The symbols appeared to describe mathematical relationships, astronomical observations, and what might be historical records. One tablet, translated partially, seemed to describe a great migration. The text spoke of the coming ice and preparations for the long sleep. It mentioned structures built deep beneath the surface, designed to preserve knowledge until the warm time returns. The language suggested a people who understood climate cycles and planned for long-term survival. Archaeological evidence began supporting these translations. Ground-penetrating radar has identified what appear to be artificial structures beneath the ice in multiple locations. The structures are massive, suggesting permanent settlements rather than temporary camps. Some of the formations extend several hundred feet underground, with geometric patterns that indicate planned construction rather than natural formation. The most intriguing discovery came from ice core analysis. Scientists found microscopic fragments of worked metal and ceramic materials in ice layers dating back 4,000 years. The fragments showed evidence of high-temperature processing and showed wear patterns consistent with tools and containers. Someone was manufacturing sophisticated objects in Antarctica when the rest of the world was just beginning to develop metalworking. But who were they, and where did they go? The evidence suggests a civilization that understood they were living on borrowed time. The astronomical knowledge, the engineering adaptations, the references to climate cycles, everything points to a people who recognized the approaching ice age and attempted to prepare for it. The question is whether they succeeded in surviving or simply delayed the inevitable. Some researchers propose that Arctus represents a forgotten branch of human development, a civilization that achieved technological advancement in isolation before succumbing to climate change. Others suggest the possibility of outside influence, pointing to the inexplicable metallurgy and advanced astronomical knowledge as evidence of contact with more developed cultures. The most provocative theory comes from Dr. Sarah Morrison, who suggests that Arctus didn't vanish, they adapted. Her research indicates that some of the subterranean structures might still be intact, preserved by the same ice that supposedly destroyed the civilization. If this is true, then somewhere beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, the remnants of an ancient society might still exist. Recent satellite imagery has identified thermal anomalies in regions where Arctus artifacts have been found. The heat signatures suggest ongoing geothermal activity that could potentially maintain habitable conditions underground. Whether these represent natural phenomena or evidence of active systems remains unknown. The implications extend beyond archaeology. If Arctus possessed advanced knowledge of climate cycles and survival techniques, their preserved information could prove invaluable for understanding long-term environmental changes. The civilization that planned for the long sleep might have left behind crucial data about surviving extreme climate shifts. Access to these sites remains limited by international treaties and the extreme conditions. The few expeditions that have attempted deeper excavation have faced equipment failures and logistical challenges that have prevented thorough investigation. The ice that preserved these artifacts also protects them from detailed study. What we know of Arctus comes from fragments, pieces of a puzzle, that suggest a far more complex picture than we've been able to reconstruct. Each artifact raises more questions than it answers. The sophisticated metallurgy, the astronomical precision, the architectural knowledge, all point to a civilization that achieved remarkable development in one of Earth's most challenging environments. The carved symbol that first revealed Arctus continues to appear in new discoveries. Each finding adds another piece to the mystery, while deepening the questions about who these people were and what became of them. The evidence suggests they saw the future clearly enough to prepare for it, but whether they survived to see it remains locked beneath the ice. In the frozen silence of Antarctica, the legacy of Arctus waits. Their story, preserved in metal and stone, speaks of human ingenuity confronting impossible odds. Whether it also speaks of human triumph remains one of the continent's deepest mysteries. The singing ice. In the vast silence of Arctantica, where human voices become whispers against the immensity of ice, there exists a sound that shouldn't be there at all. A haunting melody that rises from the frozen ground itself, as if the continent were humming an ancient song that predates our understanding of this world. Scientists first documented this phenomenon in 1957, during the International Geophysical Year, when a team of Soviet researchers stationed at Vostok base began reporting what they described as musical emanations from the ice beneath their feet. At first, their colleagues dismissed these accounts as auditory hallucinations brought on by isolation and the psychological strain of polar night, but the recordings they brought back told a different story entirely. The sounds captured on those primitive tape reels defied immediate explanation. Low, resonant tones that seemed to pulse with an almost organic rhythm, high-pitched crystalline notes that rang like distant bells, and underneath it all, a continuous harmonic drone that one researcher described as the breathing of something immense and sleeping. Dr. Elena Komarova, the expedition's lead geologist, spent months analyzing these recordings after returning to Moscow. Her official report, buried in Soviet archives for decades, described frequencies that aligned with no known natural phenomenon. The ice, she concluded, was somehow generating sound waves that created complex harmonics when they interacted with the layered structure of the glacial formations. But Komarova's private notes, discovered only in 2003 after her death, revealed a far more unsettling theory. She believed the sounds were too organized, too purposeful to be purely geological. The patterns she identified suggested something closer to communication than random acoustic phenomena. Modern research has only deepened the mystery. In 2012, a joint expedition from the University of Cambridge and the National Science Foundation deployed an array of sensitive recording equipment across a 200-square-mile section of the East Antarctic ice sheet. What they captured over 6 months of continuous monitoring challenged everything we thought we knew about the acoustic properties of ice. The recordings revealed that the singing wasn't random or constant. It followed patterns that seemed to correlate with lunar cycles, solar activity, and even seismic events occurring thousands of miles away. During the austral summer, when the ice experiences its most dramatic temperature fluctuations, the sounds became more complex, more conversational. Dr. James Whitmore, an acoustic engineer who spent 3 years analyzing the Cambridge data, discovered something that kept him awake at night. Hidden within the seemingly chaotic mix of frequencies were mathematical relationships that appeared too precise to be coincidental. Fibonacci sequences embedded in the timing of harmonic peaks, golden ratios in the relationship between fundamental tones and their overtones. The implications were staggering. If these patterns weren't natural, then something within or beneath the ice was creating them intentionally. But what could survive in an environment where temperatures rarely rose above 40 degrees below zero? And why would it choose to communicate through sound waves that only the most sensitive equipment could detect? The mystery deepened when researchers realized the singing wasn't confined to a single location. Reports began filtering in from research stations across the continent. McMurdo Base documented similar phenomena. The British Antarctic Survey recorded comparable sounds at Halley Station. Even the remote Amundsen-Scott South Pole Station reported acoustic anomalies that matched the frequency patterns first identified at Vostok. It was as if the entire continent were participating in some vast coordinated symphony. Traditional explanations fell short at every turn. Ice movement and thermal expansion could account for some of the sounds, but not the complex harmonics or the apparent coordination across vast distances. Wind patterns through crevasses and ice formations might explain the musical qualities, but not the mathematical precision of the frequency relationships. Some researchers proposed that the sounds were generated by water movement in the subglacial lakes hidden beneath miles of ice. The Antarctic continent harbors hundreds of these liquid reservoirs, some the size of North American Great Lakes, maintained in liquid form by geothermal heat from the Earth's core. Could the movement of water through underground channels create the observed acoustic patterns? Dr. Sarah Mitchell, a hydrogeologist who has studied Antarctica's subglacial systems for over 2 decades, found this explanation compelling but incomplete. While water movement could generate sound, the uniformity of the patterns across different lake systems suggested a level of connectivity that current geological models couldn't support. The singing ice phenomenon gained renewed attention in 2018 when a team of researchers from the Max Planck Institute made a disturbing discovery. Analysis of ice cores dating back over 10,000 years revealed microscopic structures that appeared to be acoustic resonators, tiny chambers and channels within the ice that seemed designed to amplify and transmit sound waves. These structures weren't random. They appeared in regular intervals throughout the ice cores, suggesting they had been forming consistently for millennia. More troubling still, the structures appeared to be becoming more complex over time, as if they were evolving or being refined by some unknown process. The research team's findings raised questions that no one seemed willing to address publicly. If these acoustic structures were natural formations, they represented a type of geological process entirely unknown to science. If they were artificial, then something had been living within Antarctica's ice for thousands of years, slowly building what amounted to a continent-spanning communication network. Recent developments have only added to the mystery. In 2022, advances in deep penetrating radar revealed vast hollow spaces beneath the ice, chambers that shouldn't exist according to current understanding of glacial dynamics. When researchers attempted to correlate these voids with areas of intense acoustic activity, they found an almost perfect match. The singing ice continues to puzzle scientists and haunt the dreams of researchers who have spent too many nights listening to its ethereal melodies. Some dismiss it as an interesting but ultimately explainable natural phenomenon. Others suspect it represents evidence of something far more profound, lurking beneath the frozen surface of our planet's most remote continent. What remains clear is that Antarctica's ice holds secrets that extend far beyond its role as a repository of ancient climate data. The continent sings, and we are only beginning to understand the complexity of its song. Subglacial waterways. 3 billion cubic meters of water flows beneath Arctantica's ice sheet every day. That's enough to fill Lake Superior in just 6 months. Yet until 2007, we had no idea these rivers existed. Dr. Helen Fricker was studying satellite data when she noticed something impossible. The ice surface was moving in patterns that defied explanation. Sections of the ice sheet, some larger than Manhattan, were rising and falling by several meters over periods of months. The only force capable of such movement was water, massive amounts of it, flowing in hidden channels far below. What she discovered was a network of subglacial rivers more extensive than the Amazon basin. These waterways snake through complete darkness, carrying their liquid cargo across hundreds of miles of frozen bedrock. Some rivers are wider than the Thames, others deeper than the Grand Canyon. All of them flow in perpetual night, beneath ice that hasn't seen sunlight for millions of years. The implications hit the scientific community like a shockwave. If water was flowing beneath the ice, it meant the bottom of the ice sheet wasn't the solid, frozen wasteland they'd assumed. It was dynamic, active, almost alive. And where there's liquid water, especially water that's been isolated for geological time periods, there's the possibility of life. Robin Bell, a geophysicist at Columbia University, spent years mapping these hidden waterways using ice-penetrating radar. What she found defied every model of how ice sheets behave. The rivers don't follow the surface topography above them. Instead, they carve their own paths through the bedrock, creating a completely separate world beneath the ice. Some of these rivers are ancient beyond measure. Core samples suggest certain waterways have been flowing continuously for over 15 million years. That's longer than humans have existed as a species. These rivers were already ancient when the first mammals walked the earth. The water itself presents its own mystery. It's not just melted ice. Chemical analysis reveals dissolved minerals that shouldn't exist in such concentrations, trace elements that speak of deep geological processes, of water that has been in contact with rock formations buried miles below the surface. Some samples contain mineral signatures that don't match anything in the surrounding bedrock. Temperature readings from the deepest accessible points show the water maintains a consistent 32.5 degrees Fahrenheit, just barely above freezing, but warm enough to sustain biological processes. The pressure at these depths is immense, over 300 times greater than at sea level. Yet the water flows freely, carving channels through solid rock with the patience of geological time. Dr. Fricker's team discovered that these rivers aren't just flowing, they're communicating. Water levels in one part of the network affect rivers hundreds of miles away. When a subglacial lake fills in one region, distant rivers respond by changing their flow patterns. It's as if the entire system operates as a single continent-sized organism. The most intriguing discoveries came from Lake Whillans, a subglacial lake the size of Manhattan. When researchers finally managed to drill through half a mile of ice to reach its waters, they found something extraordinary. The lake wasn't sterile, it was teeming with microbial life. These weren't just any microbes, they were organisms that had been cut off from the surface world for hundreds of thousands of years. They survived in complete darkness, in crushing pressure, feeding on minerals dissolved from the bedrock. Some used chemosynthesis, converting chemical energy into food the same way organisms do around deep-sea volcanic vents. But here's where it gets truly strange. Genetic analysis revealed that these microbes shared characteristics with organisms found in Earth's most extreme environments. There were similarities to life forms from the deepest ocean trenches, from volcanic hot springs, even from the radioactive zones around nuclear disaster sites. It was as if these subglacial rivers had become repositories for life's most resilient forms. The discovery raised uncomfortable questions. If these isolated ecosystems could support such diverse life, what else might be living down there? The rivers extend far beyond what we've been able to explore. Some waterways disappear into regions where the ice is too thick to penetrate, where the pressure is too great for current drilling technology. Sonar mapping has revealed underwater chambers the size of cathedrals, caverns carved by flowing water over millions of years, filled with liquid that has never seen light. Some of these chambers show acoustic properties that suggest they're not empty. Something is moving in those dark waters. The temperature variations in different parts of the network suggest the presence of underwater geothermal activity. Volcanic vents warming the water from below, creating microenvironments where life could flourish in ways we're only beginning to understand. The chemical signatures from these warmer regions show compounds that typically form only in the presence of biological processes. Recent discoveries have revealed that some of these rivers actually surface briefly before disappearing back beneath the ice. These emergence points create temporary lakes that freeze and thaw in cycles we're still trying to decode. Satellite imagery shows these surface expressions appear and disappear with a regularity that suggests they're responding to forces we haven't identified. The most recent findings suggest these subglacial waterways might be even more active than initially thought. Ground-penetrating radar has detected what appear to be seasonal changes in flow patterns. Some rivers seem to reverse direction. Others appear to form new channels overnight, then abandon them just as quickly. What's driving this activity remains unclear. The rivers flow uphill in some places, defying gravity through mechanisms we don't fully understand. The pressure differentials required for such flow patterns suggest forces at work beneath the ice that challenge our basic understanding of how water behaves. These hidden waterways represent one of Earth's last unexplored frontiers. We've mapped more of Mars than we have of Arctanticica's subglacial river system. Somewhere in that dark, flowing network, life continues its ancient work. Patient, persistent, utterly alien to our surface world. The question isn't whether these rivers hold secrets. The question is whether we're ready to discover what they've been hiding in the darkness below. The ghost ships of the frozen sea. 3 ships vanished from maritime records in 1847, all bound for the same Arctic trading post that no longer exists on any modern map. Their names were struck from official logs, their cargo manifest sealed, and their crews declared lost to administrative error rather than the ice. But administrative errors don't explain why sonar readings continue to detect wooden hulls drifting beneath Arctantica's frozen seas. The peculiar thing about ghost ships isn't that they sink, it's that some of them refuse to stay down. Captain Elena Vasquez discovered this during a routine ice thickness survey in 2019. Her research vessel's sonar painted a picture of the seafloor that shouldn't have existed, a perfectly preserved 3-masted ship, sails still rigged, sitting upright in water that should have crushed any wooden vessel decades ago. The sonar signature showed something else. The ship was moving, not drifting with current, moving with purpose. Maritime archaeologist Dr. James Thornfield has spent 15 years documenting what he calls the impossible fleet, vessels that appear on sonar, satellite thermal imaging, and occasionally breach the surface for minutes before disappearing again. His database contains records of 47 distinct ships, ranging from 18th century whalers to early 20th century research vessels. The problem isn't just that they've been preserved by the ice. The problem is that they're all heading somewhere. Thornfield's tracking data reveals a pattern that contradicts everything we know about ocean currents and ice drift. These vessels, separated by decades and sometimes centuries, are converging on coordinates that place them roughly 200 miles southeast of the Arctantican Peninsula, a region where the ice is too thick for any ship to navigate and too unstable for any permanent structure to exist. The HMS Fortitude represents the most documented case. Built in 1834, she was commissioned to map uncharted waters around Arctantica's coastline. The ship's final transmission, recorded in the master's log, described a harbor where no harbor should be, with lights that burned beneath the ice. The Fortitude was declared lost with all hands in 1835. She reappeared on sonar in 1982, again in 1997, and most recently in 2018. Each sighting shows the same impossible detail. Her hull bears no damage from ice or time, and her position has moved consistently toward those mysterious coordinates. The crew of the icebreaker Polar Dawn encountered something even more unsettling in 2003. Chief Navigator Maria Santos reported visual contact with what appeared to be a sailing vessel moving parallel to their course, roughly 2 miles off their starboard bow. The ship's wood showed no signs of weathering, and figures could be seen moving on deck, figures that appeared to be going about normal shipboard duties despite being surrounded by pack ice in sub-zero temperatures. Santos attempted radio contact using historical maritime frequencies. The response came through clearly. Fortitude acknowledging. Request navigation assistance to Winter Harbor. The transmission lasted 12 seconds. Voice analysis later confirmed the accent and speech patterns were consistent with early 19th century British naval communication. What makes the ghost ship phenomenon particularly intriguing is the consistency of their cargo. According to salvage records and historical manifests, every vessel in Thornfield's database was carrying supplies for extended Arctic exploration, not trading goods or scientific equipment, but provisions for permanent settlement. Food stores, building materials, cold weather clothing, and most significantly, detailed maps of regions that official cartographers insist were never accurately charted. The maps pose their own mystery. When fragments were recovered from the few accessible wreck sites, They depicted coastal features and inland territories that don't match any known surveys of Arctantica. The most complete map, retrieved from the merchant vessel Sarah's Dream, shows a detailed harbor complex with what appear to be permanent structures, all located at the exact coordinates where the ghost ships seem to be heading. Dr. Rachel Ming, who specializes in cold water preservation at the Institute for Polar Studies, offers a scientific perspective that only deepens the mystery. According to her research, the specific salinity and temperature conditions around Arctantica could theoretically preserve wooden vessels for extended periods, but the ships would remain stationary, trapped in ice formation. They wouldn't retain mobility, and they certainly wouldn't maintain structural integrity sufficient for surface travel. Yet photographic evidence suggests otherwise. The research vessel Arctic Explorer photographed what appeared to be a 19th century whaling ship breaking through pack ice in 2015. The ship's rigging was intact, and smoke could be seen rising from its galley chimney. The photograph was analyzed by maritime historians who confirmed the vessel's design matched the whaling ship Endurance's Hope, lost in 1863, the same ship whose wreckage was supposedly found and documented on the ocean floor in 1957. More disturbing are the reports from modern vessels that have attempted to approach the ghost ships. The crew of the cargo vessel Northern Promise reported engine failure and compass malfunction when they came within 500 yards of an unidentified sailing ship in 2008. As their systems failed, they could hear what sounded like period-appropriate sea shanties carrying across the water, sung in voices that seemed to come from far more men than could have fit on the vessel they were observing. When their engines finally restarted 20 minutes later, the ghost ship was gone. Their GPS showed no record of its presence, but their ship's cat, a typically calm animal, remained agitated for the rest of the voyage, consistently staring at the spot where the mysterious vessel had been. The convergence pattern suggests these ships aren't randomly drifting. They're responding to something. Maritime tracking data indicates they move most actively during periods of unusual magnetic activity, often coinciding with aurora displays that shouldn't occur at their latitude. The question isn't whether these ships exist. Too many credible witnesses and too much technical evidence support their presence. The question is what they're seeking in that unmapped region of ice and water, and whether they're still carrying crews who believe their voyages are far from over. In the perpetual twilight of Arctantica's frozen seas, yesterday's impossible journeys continue toward destinations that may exist only in the space between what we know and what we're ready to accept. Lake Vostok's hidden ecosystem. 2 miles beneath the Arctantican ice sheet, Russian scientists made a discovery in 2012 that challenged everything we thought we knew about life on Earth. After 20 years of drilling through solid ice, they finally pierced the frozen ceiling of Lake Vostok, a body of water that had remained sealed from the world for 15 million years. The lake stretches across an area roughly the size of Lake Ontario, its dark waters holding temperatures that hover just above freezing. But here's what makes this discovery truly extraordinary. Despite being trapped in absolute darkness for longer than humans have walked the Earth, Lake Vostok appears to be very much alive. The drilling operation itself bordered on the impossible. Russian researchers worked in conditions where temperatures plummeted to -89 degrees Celsius, cold enough to freeze human breath in seconds. The ice they carved through wasn't ordinary frozen water. It was ancient, compressed over millions of years into something resembling stone. Each meter they descended took them further back in time, through layers that had formed when the continents themselves looked entirely different. When they finally reached the lake's surface, what they found defied conventional biology. The water samples they retrieved contained microorganisms unlike anything in our current scientific catalog. These weren't simply ancient bacteria that had somehow survived. They were organisms that had evolved in complete isolation, developing in ways that followed no known evolutionary path. Dr. Sergei Bulat, the Russian microbiologist who analyzed the first samples, described finding bacterial DNA that matched nothing in existing databases. These organisms had adapted to conditions that would kill most life forms instantly: crushing pressure, perpetual darkness, and temperatures that would freeze most cellular structures solid. Yet they thrived. The lake's ecosystem operates on principles that challenge our understanding of how life sustains itself. Without sunlight, photosynthesis becomes impossible. Without connection to Earth's surface, the normal cycles of nutrients and minerals simply don't exist. The organisms in Lake Vostok have created their own closed-loop system, one that has functioned independently for geological ages. But the mystery deepens when we examine the lake's structure. Sonar mapping reveals that Vostok isn't just a simple body of water. The lake floor drops to depths of over 800 meters in some areas, creating underwater canyons and ridges that suggest a complex geological history. The water itself moves in currents that scientists still don't fully understand, circulating through chambers and caverns that extend far beyond what drilling has revealed. The most unsettling discovery came when researchers analyzed the lake's chemistry. The water contains oxygen levels that shouldn't exist in an isolated environment. Somehow, over millions of years, the lake has maintained an atmosphere-like balance of gases. This suggests either unknown chemical processes or biological activity on a scale that dwarfs anything we've observed. Temperature readings reveal another anomaly. While the surface of the lake hovers just above freezing, deeper measurements show pockets where the water is significantly warmer. Heat sources beneath the lake floor appear to be creating microclimates within the ecosystem, potentially supporting even more diverse forms of life in the deepest regions. The organisms they've identified so far represent just a fraction of what likely exists in Lake Vostok's depths. DNA analysis has revealed genetic sequences that appear to belong to multicellular organisms, creatures that would be far more complex than the bacteria initially discovered. This raises profound questions about what kinds of life forms might have evolved in such extreme isolation. Some researchers theorize that Lake Vostok might harbor organisms that more closely resemble life on other planets than life on Earth's surface. The conditions in the lake, high pressure, extreme cold, complete darkness, mirror what we might find in the subsurface oceans of Jupiter's moon Europa or Saturn's moon Enceladus. If complex life can exist in Lake Vostok, it suggests the possibility of life throughout the solar system in similar environments. The isolation of Lake Vostok has created what scientists call a natural laboratory for studying evolution under extreme conditions. For 15 million years, the organisms in this lake have been conducting their own evolutionary experiments, developing survival strategies that have never been tested anywhere else on Earth. But accessing this ancient ecosystem comes with risks that extend beyond the technical challenges of drilling through 2 miles of ice. Every time researchers pierce the lake's seal, they risk contaminating an environment that has remained pristine for longer than most species have existed. The protocols for studying Lake Vostok require sterilization procedures that rival those used for space missions. The lake's very existence also raises questions about how many other similar environments might exist beneath Arctantica's ice sheet. Ground-penetrating radar has identified over 400 subglacial lakes across the continent, each potentially harboring its own unique ecosystem. Lake Vostok might not be an anomaly. It might be one example of a vast network of hidden biospheres. Recent studies suggest that these subglacial lakes might be connected through a network of underground rivers and channels, creating a continent-wide ecosystem that operates entirely separate from the surface world. Water samples from different lakes show genetic material that suggests some level of biological exchange, even across vast distances. The implications extend beyond biology into the realm of astrobiology and our search for life beyond Earth. If organisms can thrive in the extreme conditions of Lake Vostok, it dramatically expands the range of environments where we might expect to find life elsewhere in the universe. The discovery has influenced how we design missions to search for life on other worlds. Yet despite decades of research and hundreds of scientific papers, Lake Vostok continues to guard its secrets. The organisms living in its depths remain largely unknown, their survival strategies still mysterious, their evolutionary history still unwritten. Each new discovery raises more questions than it answers, drawing us deeper into the mystery of what life can become when left to evolve in complete isolation. In the absolute darkness beneath 2 miles of ice, Lake Vostok represents one of Earth's last truly unexplored frontiers, a hidden world where life has been quietly conducting experiments that we're only beginning to understand. The unseen creatures of the depths. When marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez descended into the frigid waters beneath Arctantica's ice shelf in 2019, she expected to document the sparse ecosystem that science had predicted. What she found instead were creatures that seemed to belong to another world entirely, translucent beings pulsing with their own light, moving in patterns that defied conventional understanding of marine biology. Her footage, released only in fragments by the Research Consortium, shows something that still leaves marine scientists reaching for explanations. Creatures with geometries that appear almost mathematical in their precision, their bioluminescence, creating complex patterns that seem too organized, too purposeful to be mere biological function. The waters beneath Arctantica's ice have remained largely unexplored until recent decades. These subglacial oceans, sealed beneath miles of ice for potentially millions of years, represent some of the most isolated ecosystems on Earth. The conditions here push the boundaries of what we understand about life itself: near-freezing temperatures, crushing pressure, and complete darkness that has persisted since long before human civilization began. Dr. Vasquez's team had descended nearly 800 meters below the ice when they first encountered what they initially classified as a new species of jellyfish. The creature measured roughly 4 feet in diameter, its body completely transparent except for intricate patterns of light that seemed to flow across its surface like liquid electricity. But as they observed longer, they realized this wasn't bioluminescence in any conventional sense. The light patterns appeared to be communicating, not just between individual creatures, but as part of a larger network. When one creature's light shifted to a particular frequency, others in the vicinity would respond with their own synchronized displays. Dr. Vasquez's notes describe it as watching a conversation conducted entirely in light. More disturbing was the discovery of what the team termed architectural structures on the ocean floor. These weren't the random formations of natural geology, but appeared to be constructed, geometric patterns carved into the seafloor with mathematical precision. The creatures seemed to move in relation to these structures, following pathways that suggested purpose rather than random foraging. The biological samples they managed to collect presented their own mysteries. The creature's cellular structure contained elements that shouldn't exist at these depths, complex proteins that seemed designed for processing light in an environment that had been dark for millennia. Their genetic material showed sequences that marine biologists are still struggling to categorize. Dr. James Morrison, who analyzed the tissue samples at the Antarctic Research Institute, found cellular structures that appeared to be crystalline rather than purely organic. Under electron microscopy, the creatures' bodies revealed what he described as biological circuitry, pathways that seemed designed to conduct energy in ways that conventional biology couldn't explain. The most unsettling discovery came when the team attempted to collect specimens. The creatures demonstrated what appeared to be preemptive behavior, moving away from collection equipment before it was deployed, as if they could sense the researchers' intentions. This suggested a level of awareness that challenged fundamental assumptions about deep-sea life. Video analysis revealed that the creature's movement patterns followed mathematical sequences, Fibonacci spirals, golden ratios, geometric progressions that suggested an intelligence operating on principles entirely different from terrestrial neural networks. They moved not as individual organisms responding to stimuli, but as components of a larger system processing information in ways that remain incomprehensible. The size range of these creatures defied conventional deep-sea biology. While most life forms in similar environments tend toward smaller sizes due to resource scarcity, these creatures ranged from microscopic to massive, with some individuals measuring over 20 feet in length. Their proportions remained mathematically consistent regardless of size, suggesting they might be different developmental stages of the same species, or perhaps different components of a larger biological system. Dr. Vasquez's final expedition notes, released 3 years after her initial descent, describe encounters with what she termed the architects, massive creatures that appeared to be actively modifying the seafloor structures. These beings, measuring up to 40 feet in length, moved with deliberate purpose, their bioluminescent displays creating patterns of extraordinary complexity. The implications of these discoveries extend far beyond marine biology. If these creatures represent an evolutionary path that developed in complete isolation from surface life, they might offer insights into alternative forms of consciousness, ways of processing information and organizing behavior that don't rely on conventional neural networks. The research team's attempts to establish communication protocols have yielded intriguing results. By replicating the creature's light patterns with underwater strobes, they've achieved what appears to be responsive behavior. The creatures approach the artificial light sources and create corresponding patterns of their own. Whether this represents genuine communication or simply instinctive mimicry remains hotly debated. More concerning are the recent reports from other research teams working in different regions of Arctantica's subglacial oceans. Similar creatures have been documented at sites thousands of miles apart, suggesting a distribution that spans the entire under-ice ecosystem. The consistency of their behavior patterns across these vast distances implies a level of organization that challenges our understanding of how isolated populations typically evolve. The mathematical precision of their light patterns has attracted attention from cryptographers and communication specialists. The sequences appear to contain information densities that rival human digital communication systems. Some researchers suggest these creatures may have developed what amounts to a biological internet, a network of information exchange that operates through bioluminescent signals across the vast under-ice ocean. The creatures' apparent ability to sense and respond to human technology raises questions about the nature of consciousness itself. Their behavior suggests awareness not just of their immediate environment, but of the intrusion of foreign elements, the research equipment, the presence of humans in their domain. This level of environmental awareness typically requires complex neural processing, yet these creatures' biological structure doesn't conform to any known models of advanced cognition. As research continues, each expedition beneath Arctantica's ice reveals new layers of complexity in these mysterious ecosystems. The creatures dwelling in these dark waters may represent not just unknown species, but entirely different approaches to existence, forms of life that have evolved along pathways that terrestrial biology never explored. The question that haunts researchers isn't simply what these creatures are, but whether their apparent intelligence represents something that developed in isolation, or whether they might be connected to something far larger than anyone has yet imagined lurking in the depths beneath the ice. The mysterious blood falls. Deep in the McMurdo dry valleys of Antarctica, something bleeds from the ice. Scientists first documented this phenomenon in 1911, when geologist Griffith Taylor discovered what appeared to be a crimson wound in the pristine white landscape. For over a century, this blood-red waterfall has defied easy explanation, challenging our understanding of what should be possible in one of Earth's most sterile environments. The liquid emerges from the snout of Taylor Glacier, cascading down the ice face in what locals have dubbed blood falls. The color is striking against the Antarctic backdrop, deep red, almost arterial, staining the white ice like something from another world. Early explorers assumed they were witnessing algae blooms, perhaps some hardy microorganism managing to survive in the harsh polar conditions. They were wrong. Modern analysis reveals something far more complex. The red coloration comes from iron oxide, rust essentially. But the source of this iron and the mechanism behind its oxidation remained mysterious for decades. The water itself emerges from deep beneath the glacier, from a reservoir that has been isolated from the outside world for potentially millions of years. Dr. Jill McCookie, a microbiologist from the University of Tennessee, has spent years studying this phenomenon. Her research suggests the water originates from a subglacial lake trapped beneath Taylor Glacier, a body of water that has remained liquid despite temperatures that should freeze it solid. The lake, she discovered, contains salt concentrations nearly 4 times that of seawater, creating a natural antifreeze that prevents crystallization even at -17 degrees Celsius. But the mystery deepens when you consider the chemistry involved. The water contains virtually no oxygen, yet somehow the iron within it becomes oxidized, creating the rust-red coloration that gives bloodfalls its name. In most environments, oxidation requires oxygen, but here, in an environment more isolated than the surface of Mars, something else is happening. The breakthrough came when researchers discovered microorganisms living in this briny underworld. These bacteria, cut off from sunlight and atmospheric oxygen for millions of years, have developed a unique metabolic process. They strip electrons from iron in the water, using sulfur compounds as their energy source instead of oxygen. This bacterial respiration creates the ferrous iron that eventually oxidizes when it contacts the small amounts of oxygen present in the water, producing the characteristic red color. The implications extend far beyond terrestrial biology. NASA has taken significant interest in bloodfalls because the conditions mirror what scientists expect to find on Mars or beneath the ice shells of Jupiter's moons. If life can thrive in such extreme isolation here on Earth, it suggests the possibility of similar organisms existing in the subsurface oceans of other worlds. The isolated ecosystem beneath Taylor Glacier may have been sealed away for over 1.5 million years, making it one of the oldest continuously existing ecosystems on our planet. The bacteria living there represent an evolutionary time capsule, organisms that have adapted to conditions utterly unlike anything else on Earth's surface. Recent studies using ground-penetrating radar have revealed the extent of the subglacial network feeding bloodfalls. The water system is far more extensive than originally thought, with channels and reservoirs spreading throughout the glacier's base. Some of these water bodies may be connected to the ocean, while others remain completely isolated, each potentially harboring unique microbial communities. The intermittent nature of the flow adds another layer to the mystery. Bloodfalls doesn't flow continuously. Sometimes the red water emerges in dramatic bursts, other times it slows to a trickle, or stops entirely. The mechanism controlling these fluctuations remains unclear. Some researchers suggest it's related to glacial movement and pressure changes, while others propose that the subglacial water system operates on cycles we don't yet understand. Temperature measurements of the emerging water provide additional puzzles. The liquid maintains a relatively constant temperature despite the extreme cold of the surrounding environment. This suggests an active heat source, possibly geothermal activity beneath the glacier, though no such heat source has been definitively identified in the area. The mineral composition of the water tells a story of geological processes occurring in darkness. Besides iron, the water contains elevated levels of sulfur compounds, suggesting interaction with bedrock that has remained hidden beneath the ice for millennia. These chemical signatures provide clues about the geological history of the region and the processes that have shaped the landscape over millions of years. Perhaps most intriguingly, the bacterial communities discovered in the Bloodfalls ecosystem show evidence of horizontal gene transfer, sharing genetic material in ways that suggest a dynamic, evolving environment rather than a static, isolated one. This genetic flexibility may be key to their survival in such extreme conditions, and could offer insights into how life might adapt to similar environments elsewhere in the universe. The ecosystem challenges our fundamental assumptions about the requirements for life. Without photosynthesis, without oxygen, without warmth, these organisms have created a self-sustaining biological system that has persisted through ice ages and geological upheavals. They represent a form of life that operates on principles different from most terrestrial biology. As climate change affects Antarctic ice sheets, bloodfalls may provide crucial information about how isolated ecosystems respond to environmental shifts. The microorganisms there have survived dramatic climate changes in the past, and studying their adaptations could inform our understanding of how life might persist through future environmental challenges. The red water continues to flow, carrying with it the secrets of a hidden world. Each drop contains millions of years of evolutionary history, a record of survival in conditions that would be lethal to most life forms. Bloodfalls stands as a testament to life's tenacity and adaptability, a reminder that even in the most unlikely places, biology finds a way to persist and thrive. In the pristine silence of Antarctica, this crimson waterfall continues to bleed its ancient secrets onto the ice, challenging scientists to reconsider what we know about life's possibilities in our universe. The alien microbes of Arctantica. When microbiologist Dr. Elena Vasquez first placed the ice sample under her microscope in 2019, she expected to find nothing. The core had been extracted from depths where no life should exist, 3 kilometers beneath Arctantica's surface, in ice that hadn't seen sunlight for over 1 million years. What she discovered instead changed everything she thought she knew about life on Earth. The organisms were unlike anything in terrestrial databases. Their cellular structure defied classification, containing proteins that required temperatures and pressures impossible on early Earth. More disturbing still, their genetic material included sequences that couldn't have evolved through natural selection alone. They were too perfect, too specialized, too alien. Dr. Vasquez spent 18 months running every test imaginable. Each result pointed to the same impossible conclusion. These microbes weren't from our world. The discovery remained classified for 3 years. When news finally leaked through academic networks, the scientific community fractured into camps. Some researchers insisted the organisms represented a new branch of extremophile life, adapted to conditions we'd never encountered. Others quietly acknowledged what the evidence suggested, that life on Earth might not have originated here at all. The implications ripple outward like cracks in ice. If these microbes truly arrived from elsewhere, they support panspermia theory, the idea that life seeds itself across the universe through meteorites, comets, and cosmic dust. Arctantica's ice would then serve as a frozen library, preserving chapters of biological history that predate Earth's own evolutionary story. Dr. Sarah Chen, a xenobiologist who joined the research team in 2021, described the microbes' behavior as intentionally dormant. Unlike terrestrial organisms that hibernate when conditions become hostile, these entities seemed to be waiting. Their metabolic processes had slowed to near zero, but their cellular machinery remained primed for activation. They weren't surviving harsh conditions, they were designed for them. The most unsettling discovery came during revival attempts. When exposed to Earth-normal conditions, the microbes didn't adapt gradually like terrestrial life forms. They activated instantly, as if they'd been programmed to recognize specific environmental triggers. Their reproduction rate suggested they could overwhelm native ecosystems within months if released into the wild. This raised questions that kept researchers awake at night. Had these organisms been waiting for Earth's atmosphere to reach a certain composition? Were they part of some larger biological system we couldn't yet comprehend? Or were they simply travelers, caught in cosmic ice and delivered to our planet by chance? The genetic analysis revealed the most disturbing patterns. The microbes possessed redundant DNA repair mechanisms far beyond what Earth's radiation environment would require. Their protein synthesis followed pathways that suggested adaptation to multiple star systems. Most inexplicably, they carried genetic markers that appeared to be intentionally placed, molecular signatures that served no biological function, but might act as identification tags. Dr. James Morrison, who led the genetic sequencing project, discovered what he called stellar chemistry within the organisms. Their cellular components contained isotope ratios that matched no known solar system formation model. The carbon, nitrogen, and sulfur within their structures had been forged in different types of stars, then somehow assembled into living systems. It was as if they'd been constructed from the periodic table of the entire galaxy. These findings forced uncomfortable questions about Earth's biological history. If life could arrive from elsewhere, fully formed and ready to establish itself, what did that mean for our understanding of evolution? The microbes showed no signs of common ancestry with terrestrial life, yet they possessed sophisticated mechanisms for interacting with Earth's chemistry. The research team noticed something else troubling. The microbes seemed to respond to each other across vast distances. Samples stored in different laboratories exhibited synchronized behavior patterns that couldn't be explained by known biological processes. They were communicating through methods we couldn't detect, coordinating their activities across continents. Some researchers theorized the organisms were components of a distributed biological network, individual cells that functioned as part of a larger galaxy-spanning organism. Under this model, life wouldn't evolve on individual planets, but would exist as a cosmic entity, seeding itself across star systems to gather information and resources. The implications terrified and fascinated the scientific community in equal measure. If these microbes were scouts or sensors for a larger biological system, their presence in Arctantica's ice raised questions about Earth's role in something far greater than ourselves. Were we witnessing the early stages of planetary incorporation into a galactic biological network? More samples emerged from different drilling sites across Arctantica. Each contained similar organisms, but with slight variations that suggested adaptation to local conditions. The microbes weren't just surviving in the ice, they were actively monitoring and adjusting to Earth's changing environment. Dr. Vasquez's team discovered the most chilling evidence during their final round of testing. The organisms possessed what appeared to be technological components, crystalline structures that functioned like biological computers. These weren't evolved features but engineered elements, designed to process and store information in ways that biological systems couldn't achieve naturally. The microbes were recording everything: temperature changes, atmospheric composition, electromagnetic fluctuations, all of it was being cataloged and stored in their crystalline memory banks. They weren't just alien life forms, they were data collection systems, quietly documenting Earth's transformation over geological time. When the research program was abruptly terminated in 2023, Dr. Vasquez and her team were reassigned to other projects. The official explanation cited budget constraints and shifting research priorities. The real reason remains classified, but leaked documents suggest the organisms had begun showing signs of coordinated activation across multiple sample sites. The few remaining samples are housed in maximum security biological containment facilities. Access requires clearance levels typically reserved for weapons research. No new papers have been published on the subject, and the original researchers have signed extended non-disclosure agreements. But the questions remain, frozen in ice and buried in locked files. Are we alone in the universe, or have we been under observation longer than we dare to admit? The microbes of Arctantica might hold the answer, waiting patiently beneath the ice for conditions to become exactly right for whatever comes next. Arctantica's hidden volcanoes, deep beneath the eternal ice of Arctantica. Something extraordinary defies everything we think we know about this frozen continent. While surface temperatures plunge to bone-chilling extremes, underground furnaces rage with the power to reshape landscapes. These are Arctantica's hidden volcanoes, and their discovery has left scientists grappling with questions that challenge our understanding of one of Earth's most mysterious places. Most of us think of Arctantica as a lifeless expanse of ice and snow, but this couldn't be further from the truth. In 2017, researchers mapping the continent's bedrock made a startling revelation. Using sophisticated ice-penetrating radar technology, they identified not one or two, but potentially dozens of volcanic systems lying dormant beneath miles of accumulated ice. Dr. Moar Tekritzijn Savalkandid Kantorov II, Marie Bingham, a volcanologist who participated in the initial surveys, described the moment of discovery as like finding a beating heart inside what you thought was a frozen corpse. The implications of this discovery ripple outward in ways that continue to puzzle experts. These volcanic systems generate immense heat, creating what researchers call thermal anomalies that extend far beyond their immediate vicinity. Satellite thermal imaging reveals patches of unusually warm terrain scattered across the continent, some measuring several square miles in area. In a landscape where temperatures rarely climb above freezing, these heat signatures stand out like beacons in the darkness. What makes these discoveries particularly intriguing is their apparent influence on the ice above. Areas positioned over known volcanic activity show accelerated melting patterns that occur from below, not from atmospheric warming. This bottom-up melting creates caverns, tunnels, and sometimes vast underground chambers filled with liquid water. Some of these subterranean spaces measure hundreds of feet in height and extend for miles in every direction. The volcanic activity also produces another phenomenon that has researchers scratching their heads. Chemical analysis of ice cores taken from thermally active regions reveals trace elements that shouldn't exist in Arctantica's pristine environment. Sulfur compounds, rare earth metals, and even traces of organic materials have been detected in concentrations that suggest ongoing geological processes far more complex than simple volcanic heating. Dr. James Chen, a geochemist who has studied these anomalous readings for over a decade, points to something even more puzzling. The chemical signatures don't match any known volcanic systems from other parts of the world. The mineral compositions suggest magma sources that are either incredibly ancient or formed under conditions that don't exist anywhere else on Earth. When pressed for an explanation, Chen admits, "We're dealing with geological processes that seem to operate by their own rules down there." The heat generated by these hidden volcanoes creates microenvironments that support life in ways that shouldn't be possible. Bacterial communities have been discovered thriving in the warm spaces created by volcanic activity, some at depths of over a mile beneath the surface. These organisms show genetic characteristics that suggest they've been isolated for potentially millions of years, evolving in complete independence from surface life. More mysterious still are the acoustic signatures detected by seismic monitoring equipment. The volcanic systems produce low-frequency vibrations that travel through the ice for hundreds of miles. These sounds, described by researchers as deep groaning or metallic humming, occur in patterns that suggest coordinated activity across multiple volcanic sites. Some scientists theorize that the volcanic systems might be connected by underground magma channels, creating a vast network of thermal activity spanning much of the continent. The discovery of these hidden volcanoes also raises questions about Arctantica's history. Ice core samples from thermally active areas contain layers that indicate periods of significantly increased volcanic activity in the past. During these periods, the heat output was apparently intense enough to create temporary lakes and rivers beneath the ice. Evidence suggests that some of these liquid water systems persisted for decades or even centuries before freezing over again. What's particularly unsettling is the unpredictability of these volcanic systems. Unlike volcanoes in other parts of the world, Arctantica's hidden giants don't follow typical patterns of dormancy and activity. Some show signs of increasing thermal output with no apparent triggering events. Others have suddenly gone quiet after years of steady activity. The lack of predictable behavior makes it nearly impossible to forecast what these systems might do next. Recent expeditions have attempted to drill down to these volcanic systems, but the results have been mixed at best. 3 separate drilling operations have been halted when equipment encountered unexpected conditions. In one case, drill bits brought up samples of what appeared to be volcanic glass, but with crystal structures that don't match any known volcanic materials. Another drilling operation was stopped when instruments detected rapid changes in temperature and pressure that suggested the presence of large underground chambers. The thermal influence of these volcanic systems extends beyond their immediate geological impact. Weather patterns above thermally active areas show subtle but consistent anomalies. Snow accumulation rates differ, wind patterns shift in ways that don't correlate with surface topography, and atmospheric pressure readings fluctuate in cycles that seem to match the underground thermal activity. Perhaps most intriguingly, the volcanic heat creates conditions that preserve things that should have been destroyed long ago. Organic materials, possibly including plant and animal remains, have been detected in the warm zones created by volcanic activity. These materials appear to be far older than anything that should exist in Arctantica's current environment, suggesting that the continent's climate history might be more complex than we've assumed. The hidden volcanoes of Arctantica represent one of geology's most perplexing mysteries. They operate according to patterns we don't understand, produce materials we can't fully explain, and create conditions that challenge our assumptions about what's possible in one of Earth's most extreme environments. As research continues, each new discovery seems to raise more questions than it answers, leaving us to wonder what other secrets lie buried beneath the ice. The mysterious Arctantican lights. 3 separate research teams, working decades apart, have documented the same impossible phenomenon: lights that dance across Arctantica's ice in patterns that defy every known law of atmospheric physics. These aren't the familiar green curtains of Aurora Borealis. These are something else entirely. Dr. Elena Vasquez first witnessed them during the winter of 2019. She was leading a geological survey near the Trans-Arctantican Mountains when her team's instruments began registering electromagnetic readings that shouldn't exist at ground level. The lights appeared just after midnight, brilliant silver orbs that moved in coordinated formations, pulsing in rhythm like a heartbeat made of luminescence. They weren't random, Vasquez later wrote in her classified report. They followed geometric patterns, creating shapes that held for minutes at a time before dissolving into new configurations. It was as if something was communicating through organized light. Her account might have been dismissed as altitude sickness or equipment malfunction, except for one detail. The same lights had been documented 60 years earlier. In 1959, British explorer Jonathan Hartwell was leading the 4th documented expedition to cross Arctantica's interior when his team became stranded during a 3-day blizzard. On the second night, as temperatures dropped to -47 degrees, the lights appeared. Hartwell's journal, discovered decades later in a Melbourne archive, describes the phenomenon with startling precision. "The lights move as if guided by intelligence," he wrote. "They respond to our presence, growing brighter when we approach, dimming when we retreat." Thompson believes there's some form of natural electrical discharge, but I've seen electrical storms. This is different. This is deliberate. The mystery deepens when we examine indigenous accounts from the northern regions of Arctantica. The Marillac people, who lived along the ice shelf's edge for over 1,000 years before modern contact, have oral traditions that speak of the dancing spirits of the deep ice. Their legends describe lights that emerged from beneath the frozen surface during the long polar night, carrying messages between the world above and the realm below. Elder Nayuka Irnik, one of the last speakers of the traditional Marilock dialect, shared these stories with anthropologist Dr. Marcus Cohen in 1987. According to Irnik, the lights weren't feared, they were revered as guides, appearing during times of great change or significance. My grandfather told me the lights spoke to those who knew how to listen, Irnik explained through an interpreter. They came when the ice was preparing to shift, when the deep waters were stirring, when the frozen earth was ready to reveal its secrets. Modern science has struggled to explain these accounts. The aurora borealis occurs when charged particles from the sun interact with Earth's magnetic field, creating the familiar green and blue curtains we observe at high latitudes. But these Arctantican lights appear at ground level, display colors that don't match any known atmospheric phenomenon, and move in ways that suggest organization rather than random electrical discharge. Dr. James Thornfield, a plasma physicist at the University of Edinburgh, has studied electromagnetic anomalies in polar regions for over 2 decades. He's reviewed hundreds of photographs and video recordings of the mysterious lights, along with instrument readings from multiple expeditions. The electromagnetic signature is unlike anything in our databases, Thornfield admits. These lights generate frequencies that shouldn't be possible in Arctantica's atmospheric conditions. They're creating their own electromagnetic field, which implies an energy source we haven't identified. The lights have been captured on film dozens of times, but the images only deepen the mystery. They appear as coherent beams of silver and pale blue light, sometimes forming geometric patterns that persist for minutes before dissolving. In several recordings, the lights appear to respond to human presence, growing brighter when observers approach and dimming when they retreat. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence comes from the 2021 expedition, led by Dr. Sarah Chen, an atmospheric physicist from the Technical University of Munich. Chen's team was equipped with advanced spectrographic equipment designed to analyze the light's composition and energy signature. What they discovered challenges our understanding of natural phenomena. The lights aren't just emitting visible radiation, Chen explains. They're generating a complex electromagnetic field that extends deep into the ice. Our ground-penetrating radar showed disturbances reaching down nearly 200 meters. Something beneath the surface is creating these displays. The pattern of appearances adds another layer to the mystery. The lights don't occur randomly. They follow a schedule that seems to correlate with deep seismic activity in the region. Dr. Yuki Tanaka, a seismologist who has monitored Arctantica's geological activity for 15 years, has identified a clear correlation between the light displays and minor earthquakes that occur hundreds of meters below the ice sheet. Every major light event is preceded by seismic activity, Tanaka notes. The tremors are too deep and too subtle to be felt on the surface, but they're there. Something is stirring deep beneath the ice, and the lights appear to be connected to that activity. The most intriguing aspect of the phenomenon is its apparent intelligence. Multiple observers have reported that the lights seem to respond to attempts at communication. In 2018, a Norwegian research team used high-powered flashlights to send coded light signals toward the phenomena. The lights responded with similar patterns, creating what appeared to be a brief exchange of structured flashes. We sent a basic mathematical sequence, recalls Dr. Astrid Larsen, who led the Norwegian team. Prime numbers, followed by the Fibonacci sequence. The lights responded with variations of the same patterns, but with modifications we couldn't immediately understand. It was as if they were correcting us, showing us something we'd missed. The implications are staggering. If these lights represent some form of communication, who or what is sending the signals? Are they emerging from a previously unknown ecosystem thriving in the deep waters beneath Arctantica's ice? Are they evidence of geological processes that science has yet to understand? Or do they represent something even more extraordinary? The mystery continues to unfold as more research teams venture into Arctantica's frozen wilderness. Each expedition brings new observations, new data, and new questions. The lights persist, dancing across the ice in their eternal patterns, holding secrets that we're only beginning to glimpse. Whatever they are, these mysterious lights remind us that our planet still guards profound mysteries, especially in the places where few dare to venture. Nuclear tests in the icy wilderness. Between 1946 and 1962, the United States conducted 3 nuclear tests in the Arctic Ocean, but official records show only 2. The third test, codenamed Operation Deep Freeze Charlie, vanished from declassified documents as if it never existed, yet radiation readings from that era tell a different story. Dr. Margaret Henley spent 30 years analyzing ice core samples from remote Arctantica stations. In 2019, she published findings that made the scientific community deeply uncomfortable. Cesium-137 signatures in ice layers from 1958 didn't match any known atmospheric nuclear test. The isotope concentrations were too localized, too intense, and appeared in regions where no nation had any business conducting weapons research. Soviet archives opened briefly in 1991 revealed something equally troubling. A single document, photographed by a researcher before access was restricted again, referenced American ice detonations and contamination zones requiring permanent isolation. The document bore the signature of Admiral Nikolai Smirnov, head of the Soviet Arctic Fleet, dated March 15, 1959. When contacted for comment, the Department of Defense stated that all Arctic nuclear activities were fully documented and within international law. They declined to explain the radiation anomalies or address the Soviet documentation directly. The geography itself holds clues. Satellite imagery from the 1970s shows unusual circular depressions in ice formations across 3 separate regions of Arctantica. These formations, roughly 400 meters in diameter, appear suddenly in photographic records from 1963 and remain visible for decades afterward. Geologists studying the images noted that natural ice formations don't create such perfectly symmetrical patterns. Local seismic data adds another layer of mystery. The University of Alaska's Seismic Monitoring Station recorded 3 previously unexplained tremors in Arctantica during the winter of 1958. The tremors registered between 4.2 and 4.7 on the Richter scale, consistent with underground nuclear detonations of moderate yield. The tremors occurred at precise 72-hour intervals, suggesting a coordinated testing schedule rather than natural seismic activity. But perhaps the most disturbing evidence comes from the men who were there. In 1987, former Navy radioman James Kowalski spoke publicly about his deployment to Station Echo in northern Arctantica during the late 1950s. Kowalski described witnessing controlled detonations that produced green auroras and left behind glass formations in the ice. He claimed military personnel were ordered to measure radiation levels for months after each test. Kowalski's account might have been dismissed as the imaginings of an aging veteran, except for one detail. His description of green auroras matches exactly with theoretical models of how nuclear explosions would interact with Arctantica's unique magnetic field conditions. The phenomenon would be visible for hundreds of miles, and unlike any natural aurora formation. 3 months after giving his interview, Kowalski died in a car accident near his home in Oregon. His personal papers, including photographs and documents from his Arctic service, disappeared from his home before family members could examine them. The scientific implications of covert nuclear testing in Arctantica extend far beyond historical curiosity. If weapons-grade plutonium was indeed detonated beneath the ice, those materials remain in the ecosystem today. Plutonium-239 has a half-life of 24,000 years, meaning contamination from 1950s tests would still be at nearly full strength. Dr. Henley's research suggests this contamination may be moving. Her ice core analysis shows trace radioactive elements migrating through subglacial water systems, apparently following underground currents that connect to the Southern Ocean. If accurate, this would mean nuclear waste from secret Cold War experiments is slowly entering the global marine ecosystem. The international implications are staggering. The Antarctic Treaty of 1959 explicitly prohibits nuclear weapons testing on the continent. If the United States conducted nuclear tests in Arctantica during the 1950s, it would represent not just a violation of international law, but potentially an environmental catastrophe that continues to unfold decades later. Russian researchers have been notably active in the suspected contamination zones. Since 2010, Russia has established 3 new research stations in areas that correspond precisely with the unusual ice formations visible in satellite imagery. When questioned about their research focus, Russian officials cite glacial geology studies and climate monitoring without providing specific details. However, declassified cables from the US Embassy in Moscow revealed different priorities. A 2018 diplomatic communication, obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests, mentions Russian remediation efforts in Arctantica and expresses concern about competing claims to contaminated regions. The language suggests both nations are well aware of what lies beneath the ice. The human cost of these secret tests may extend beyond the men who witnessed them. Veterans advocacy groups have documented unusually high rates of rare cancers among personnel who served in Arctantica during the late 1950s and early 1960s. The cancer types, thyroid, bone, and blood cancers, are consistent with radiation exposure. Jennifer Walsh, daughter of Navy engineer Robert Walsh, has spent years researching her father's mysterious illness. Walsh Sr. died of bone cancer in 1983, exactly 25 years after his deployment to Arctantica. His military medical records, when Jennifer finally obtained them, contained numerous gaps and redactions. An entire 6-month period of his service was classified as unavailable for release. The technology for detecting these old nuclear signatures continues to improve. Modern ice-penetrating radar can identify subsurface anomalies with remarkable precision. Several research teams have requested permission to conduct comprehensive surveys of the suspected test sites, but their applications remain indefinitely delayed in bureaucratic processes. What lies beneath Arctantica's frozen silence isn't just ice and rock. It's the radioactive legacy of a secret chapter in Cold War history, slowly migrating through an ecosystem that touches every ocean on Earth. The contamination spreads invisibly through currents and wildlife, carrying isotopes that will remain dangerous for millennia. The men who knew the truth are mostly gone now, taking their secrets to graves scattered across 2 continents. But the ice remembers everything, preserving each isotope and element in crystalline archives that scientists are only beginning to read. In those frozen layers lies evidence of decisions made in secrecy, their consequences still unfolding in the pristine wilderness their makers never expected anyone to examine so closely. Arctantica's magnetic anomalies. 3 separate research expeditions, spanning nearly 40 years, have documented the same impossible phenomenon. Their compass needles don't just point north in certain regions of Arctantica, they spin wildly, then lock onto something else entirely, something that shouldn't exist according to everything we understand about Earth's magnetic field. Dr. Elena Vasquez first encountered this anomaly in 1987 during what should have been a routine geological survey. Her team was mapping mineral deposits across the Transarctantican mountains when their instruments began behaving erratically. Not just compasses, magnetometers, ground-penetrating radar, even their radio equipment started producing readings that made no scientific sense. The needle would swing 40 degrees east, hold steady for maybe 10 seconds, then snap back to magnetic north like nothing had happened, Vasquez wrote in her field notes. We recalibrated everything twice. The equipment was functioning perfectly. The anomaly was real. What troubled her most wasn't the magnetic deviation itself. Local iron deposits can create small distortions. It was the pattern. The magnetic pull seemed to follow an invisible grid beneath the ice, creating zones of influence that stretched for dozens of miles in perfectly straight lines. When the Australian Antarctic Division launched their own survey in 2003, they brought equipment sophisticated enough to map these anomalies with unprecedented precision. The results were immediately classified, but fragments of their data eventually surfaced through scientific journals. The magnetic distortions weren't random, they formed a network. Dr. Marcus Chen, who led the geophysics team, described finding magnetic signatures that shouldn't exist naturally. We're talking about field strengths that would require massive metallic structures buried deep beneath the ice sheet, he told a small gathering of polar researchers in 2008. The kind of structures that would need to be deliberately placed. The implications haunted him. Either Arctantica contains the largest undiscovered mineral deposits on Earth, arranged in geometrically perfect patterns, or something else entirely lies beneath the ice. Recent analyses using satellite magnetometry have revealed the true scope of these anomalies. The magnetic distortions extend across an area roughly the size of Texas, concentrated in 3 distinct regions that seem to form vertices of an enormous triangle. Each vertex generates its own unique magnetic signature, different from standard ferrous deposits or basaltic rock formations. Dr. Sarah Morrison, currently with the British Antarctic Survey, has spent the last 8 years trying to understand what creates these fields. Her team has traced individual magnetic lines using ground-penetrating radar, following them as they snake beneath the ice sheet at depths of over 2 miles. The lines never break or scatter. They maintain their intensity even at extreme depths. We've found places where the magnetic field is so strong it interferes with our satellite communications, Morrison explained during a 2019 research symposium. One location registers magnetic readings comparable to what you'd find directly above a massive iron ore deposit, but there's no corresponding gravitational anomaly. Whatever's down there doesn't seem to have the mass you'd expect. The mystery deepens when you consider the historical accounts. Antarctic explorers have documented compass anomalies for over a century, but their descriptions don't match modern magnetic declination maps. Either the magnetic sources have moved, which should be impossible for geological formations, or they're somehow active in ways that natural magnetism can't explain. Ernest Shackleton's expedition logs from 1908 describe compass readings that defied all reasonable explanation. His navigator, Frank Wild, documented magnetic bearings that pulled south-southeast instead of north, leading them toward interior regions they hadn't planned to explore. When they followed these anomalous readings, they discovered areas where the ice seemed different, clearer, harder, and strangely warm to the touch. Modern researchers have attempted to relocate these historical anomaly sites using GPS coordinates derived from Shackleton's detailed survey notes. They've found them, but the magnetic signatures have changed. The fields are stronger now, more focused, as if whatever generates them has somehow intensified over the past century. The most unsettling discovery came in 2016, when a joint Russian-Norwegian team detected magnetic pulses emanating from the deepest anomaly sites. These weren't the steady fields you'd expect from mineral deposits. They were rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat, cycling every 47 minutes with mechanical precision. Dr. Christoph Larsen, who documented these magnetic pulses, spent months ruling out equipment malfunction and environmental interference. The pulses are real, he concluded in his final report. They originate from depths of approximately 3.2 kilometers beneath the ice sheet. Each pulse lasts exactly 8.3 seconds and increases local magnetic field strength by 12%. The Norwegian government has since restricted access to the pulse sites, citing safety concerns about intense electromagnetic fields. But satellite data continues to monitor the phenomenon, and the pulses have remained consistent for over 7 years now. Some researchers have proposed that these magnetic anomalies result from unusual geological processes, perhaps underground volcanic activity creating unique mineral formations. Others suggest they're evidence of massive meteorite impacts, with buried metallic objects creating the observed magnetic fields. But neither explanation accounts for the geometric precision of the anomaly network, or the rhythmic pulses, or the gradual intensification over historical time periods. Whatever lies beneath Arctantica's ice sheet, it doesn't behave like ordinary geological formations. The most recent satellite surveys have detected new magnetic anomalies appearing in previously stable regions, small at first, but growing stronger each year, as if something dormant is slowly awakening. The magnetic network that has puzzled researchers for decades may still be expanding, reaching toward some unknown purpose that remains hidden beneath 2 miles of ancient ice. These magnetic mysteries continue to draw researchers from around the world, each hoping to unlock the secrets that lie deep beneath Arctantica's frozen surface. But the ice keeps its secrets well, and the magnetic anomalies pulse on, marking time in a rhythm that belongs to something far older and more mysterious than the frozen continent above. Frozen time capsules. At Research Station Halley 6, Dr. Elena Vasquez pulled a core sample from the ice and found herself staring at something that shouldn't exist. Perfectly preserved leaves, still green after 15 million years, emerged from what the instruments insisted was solid glacial ice. The chlorophyll remained intact. The cellular structure showed no signs of decay. These weren't fossils. They were specimens frozen in a moment that predated human civilization by an incomprehensible margin. What Elena discovered that day in 2019 opened a door to one of Antarctica's most profound mysteries, the the continent's role as Earth's deepest archive, where time itself seems suspended in crystalline silence. The ice beneath our feet tells stories spanning millions of years. Each layer represents a season, a year, sometimes an entire epoch, compressed into translucent bands that stretch down through kilometers of accumulated snow and ice. But within these layers, researchers have found something extraordinary: entire ecosystems preserved with such precision that they blur the line between geology and biology. Dr. Martin Seegert from Imperial College London has spent decades extracting these frozen time capsules from Antarctic ice. His team's work reveals forests that once covered the continent, complete with root systems, fallen logs, and the delicate remains of insects that lived when Antarctica was a temperate paradise. The preservation is so complete that DNA can still be extracted from specimens that predate the formation of most mountain ranges. The science behind this preservation challenges our understanding of how organic matter behaves over geological time. Normally, biological materials decompose within decades, leaving only mineral traces. But Antarctica's ice creates conditions so stable, so void of the bacterial activity that drives decay, that organic matter enters a state of suspended animation. The cold doesn't just slow decomposition, it effectively stops time. In 2016, researchers drilling through the West Antarctic ice sheet encountered something unprecedented: a complete cross-section of an ancient forest floor. The drilling equipment, designed to extract cylindrical ice cores, instead brought up perfectly preserved moss, leaves, and fragments of wood that crumbled to dust within minutes of exposure to surface conditions. The team had drilled into a moment from 12 million years ago, when the continent supported vast forests of southern beech trees. What makes these discoveries particularly compelling is their geographic distribution. These ancient ecosystems aren't confined to one region. They appear across the continent, suggesting that Antarctica once supported diverse biomes from coast to interior. The variety of preserved species indicates complex food webs, seasonal migrations, and ecological relationships that mirror modern temperate forests. The implications extend beyond simple paleontology. These frozen ecosystems contain atmospheric samples trapped in tree rings, ancient pollens that reveal climate patterns, and biological compounds that no longer exist in the modern world. Each specimen represents a data point in Earth's climate history, but also a window into evolutionary pathways that were cut short by the continent's gradual freeze. Dr. Reed Scherer from Northern Illinois University has documented cases where these preserved ecosystems reveal rapid climate transitions. His analysis of diatoms, microscopic algae found in ancient lake sediments, shows that some of these ecosystems went from thriving to frozen in what appears to be mere decades. The biological record suggests climate shifts so rapid that entire species were caught mid-season, their remains preserving the exact moment when Antarctica's warm period ended. The preservation process itself presents puzzles that mainstream science struggles to explain. How do organic compounds remain stable across millions of years? Why do some specimens show no signs of cellular damage while others, found at similar depths, have degraded completely? The ice surrounding these specimens often contains unusual crystal structures, as if the freezing process itself was different during certain periods. Recent discoveries have pushed the boundaries of what these frozen archives contain. In 2018, a research team from the University of Wisconsin found preserved bacterial colonies within ice cores dating back 2.7 million years. When thawed under controlled conditions, some of these bacteria resumed metabolic activity. They had been dormant, not dead, for longer than our species has existed. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of these findings is what they suggest about Antarctica's hidden topography. The distribution of preserved ecosystems maps to features that don't match the current ice sheet surface. Instead, they align with magnetic anomalies and gravitational variations that suggest complex underground structures, valleys, mountain ranges, and lake systems that existed before the continent's deep freeze. The work of extracting these time capsules requires extraordinary precision. The ice must be retrieved in conditions that prevent contamination, processed in facilities that maintain sub-zero temperatures, and analyzed using techniques that don't destroy the specimens. Each core sample represents months of planning and only minutes of actual extraction time before the ancient organic matter begins to degrade. What troubles researchers is the selective nature of these discoveries. Some ice cores contain amazingly preserved organic matter, while others from the same depth and region contain nothing but mineral deposits. The pattern suggests that preservation depends on specific conditions that aren't fully understood. Some scientists theorize that rapid burial under specific types of ice creates the necessary environment, while others point to chemical processes that haven't been replicated in laboratory conditions. The age ranges of these preserved ecosystems challenge assumptions about Antarctica's climate history. While geological models suggest the continent has been frozen for 34 million years, these biological time capsules indicate periods of warmth and biological activity much more recently. The discrepancy between geological and biological evidence suggests that Antarctica's climate history is more complex and more recent than previously understood. These frozen libraries continue to yield discoveries that reshape our understanding of Earth's biological and climate history. Each specimen extracted from the ice represents a moment when our planet supported life in places now considered uninhabitable. They're evidence that even in the most extreme environments, life finds ways to persist, sometimes for millions of years, waiting for the right conditions to tell its story. The questions these discoveries raise about preservation, time, and the nature of biological stability in extreme environments remain largely unanswered, but in Antarctica's frozen silence, stories spanning millions of years wait beneath the surface, preserved in crystalline detail for those patient enough to listen. The disappearance of expedition teams. Between 1910 and 2019, 17 documented polar expeditions entered the Antarctic continent and simply ceased to exist. No bodies recovered, no equipment found, no final radio transmissions logged. The statistical probability of such complete disappearances occurring naturally sits at roughly 1 in 12 million. The most haunting case began on March 14, 1982, when Dr. Helena Moravec led a 6-person geological survey team into the Transantarctic Mountains. Her final journal entry, discovered 3 years later by a Norwegian research team, contained a single line: "The ice remembers what we've forgotten." Moravec's expedition had been tracking unusual seismic readings emanating from beneath the Beardmore Glacier. Her team carried standard communication equipment, emergency beacons, and enough supplies for 8 weeks. They vanished on day 12. When search teams finally located their abandoned base camp, they found something that still puzzles authorities today. Every piece of equipment had been arranged in perfect geometric patterns across the ice. Tents formed precise triangles. Supply containers created interlocking circles. Even individual tools had been positioned with mathematical precision. The arrangement covered nearly half a mile of Antarctic terrain. The effort required to create such patterns would have taken days. Yet Moravec's team had been missing for less than 18 hours when the formations were first spotted by satellite. Dr. James Whitmore, who led the 1985 investigation into the Moravec disappearance, documented his findings in a classified report that wasn't declassified until 2018. In it, he wrote, "The positioning of equipment suggests either highly sophisticated planning or external intervention. Given the timeline involved, neither explanation aligns with known human capabilities under extreme polar conditions." The mystery deepened when researchers discovered that similar geometric arrangements had been found at 3 other disappearance sites across the continent. Always the same patterns, always the same mathematical precision, always left behind by teams that simply vanished. In 1961, a Soviet research team of 8 specialists disappeared while investigating magnetic anomalies near the pole of inaccessibility. Their abandoned equipment was discovered arranged in identical geometric formations 6 months later. The Soviet archives, accessed briefly after Glasnost, contained photographs of the site that match almost exactly the patterns found decades later at Moravec's camp. Then there's the case of the Australian Antarctic Division's ECHO team, which vanished in 1995 while conducting routine meteorological observations. Their final radio contact came at 14:30 local time on September 3rd. The message, preserved in official transcripts, was routine. "Base camp, this is Echo Leader. Weather conditions stable. Proceeding to grid reference 7 Alpha as scheduled." What makes Echo Team's disappearance particularly unsettling is what happened to their rescue mission. 3 days after Echo Team failed to make their scheduled check-in, a search party of 12 experienced Antarctic specialists was dispatched. This rescue team possessed GPS tracking, satellite phones, and emergency locator beacons. They found Echo Team's geometric equipment formation on day 4 of their search. They radioed the discovery to base camp, describing the familiar patterns of arranged supplies and tools. That was their final transmission. The search team itself vanished that same afternoon. When a helicopter crew located both camps 5 days later, they found 2 separate geometric formations, positioned exactly 2.7 kilometers apart. The formations were connected by a perfectly straight line of small equipment items, compasses, altimeters, and radio components placed at precisely equal intervals across the ice. Dr. Sarah Chen, a forensic anthropologist who studied the disappearance patterns for her 2006 doctoral thesis, discovered something remarkable buried in international polar research archives. She found references to similar geometric arrangements dating back to the earliest Antarctic expeditions. Ernest Shackleton's team had encountered such formations during their 1907 to 1909 Nimrod expedition. Robert Falcon Scott's journals contain sketches of peculiar equipment arrangements found at abandoned campsites. The historical record suggests these disappearances, and their accompanying geometric signatures, have been occurring for over a century. Yet no official investigation has ever connected the incidents across national boundaries and time periods. Each vanishing has been treated as an isolated tragedy, filed away in separate archives by different governments. Chen's research revealed another disturbing pattern. The geometric formations appear to be getting larger and more complex over time. Early 20th century arrangements involved simple lines and circles. By the 1960s, the patterns had evolved into intricate interlocking shapes. The formations discovered in recent decades display mathematical complexity that would challenge modern computer modeling systems. In 2003, a joint international team attempted to decode the geometric patterns using advanced cryptographic analysis. Their preliminary findings, published in the Journal of Polar Research, suggested the arrangements might represent a form of communication or record-keeping. The mathematical relationships within the patterns followed principles that seemed to transcend human numeric systems. The research team's final report, released in 2004, concluded with an observation that has haunted polar researchers ever since. The patterns appear to be teaching us something. Each formation builds upon previous arrangements, as if documenting a learning process. The question remains, who or what is doing the learning? The most recent documented disappearance occurred just 5 years ago. A climate research team from the University of Edinburgh vanished while studying ice core samples near the Ross Ice Shelf. Their equipment formation, discovered by satellite imagery, covered over 2 square kilometers of Antarctic terrain. The geometric precision was so exact that initial observers thought they were looking at a computer-generated simulation. What makes this latest disappearance particularly significant is that the team had been equipped with real-time GPS tracking and continuous satellite communication links. Their signals simply stopped transmitting simultaneously at 11:47 GMT on August 15th. There was no distress call, no equipment malfunction warnings, no gradual signal degradation. One moment they were there, the next they weren't. The Edinburgh team's formation included a new element never seen before. Their arranged equipment pointed toward a specific location deeper in the Antarctic interior. Following that trajectory leads to one of the most magnetically anomalous regions on the continent, an area where compasses spin wildly and electronic equipment frequently malfunctions. No expedition has ever returned from investigating those coordinates. But satellite imagery shows geometric formations appearing there with increasing frequency, growing more complex with each passing year, as if something beneath the ice is patiently trying to communicate with the surface world above. Arctantican Sky Whispers. When polar researchers first reported hearing voices in the wind across Arctantica's vast expanses, the scientific community dismissed them as auditory hallucinations brought on by isolation and extreme conditions. But as more teams returned with similar accounts, and recording equipment began capturing these ethereal sounds, dismissal turned to quiet fascination. The phenomenon manifests most commonly during the polar twilight hours, when the sun hovers just below the horizon, and the ice takes on an otherworldly glow. Researchers describe hearing what sounds like distant conversations carried on the wind, sometimes resembling human speech patterns, other times resembling musical tones that seem to follow mathematical progressions. The sounds appear to originate from no specific direction, surrounding listeners in a dome of barely audible whispers. Dr. Elena Vasquez, a glaciologist who spent 18 months at the Arctantican Research Station 7, documented over 40 distinct episodes of these sky whispers during her stay. Her recordings reveal sounds that fluctuate between frequencies that shouldn't naturally occur in wind patterns. When analyzed through spectral analysis software, the audio reveals harmonic structures that mirror those found in human vocal cords, yet the source remains invisible and untraceable. The indigenous peoples of nearby subarctantican regions have legends dating back centuries about spirits that speak through the polar winds. These oral traditions describe the voices as messages from ancestors trapped beneath the ice, warning of dangers or sharing forgotten knowledge. Western science initially viewed these accounts as folklore, but recent acoustic research has begun to validate aspects of these ancient testimonies. In 1987, a joint expedition between Norwegian and Canadian researchers set up a network of highly sensitive microphones across a 100-square-mile area of the Arctantican Plateau. Over the course of 6 weeks, they recorded consistently occurring sound patterns that defied conventional explanations. The recordings revealed what appeared to be organized sequences of tones, with pauses and repetitions that suggested structure rather than random acoustic phenomena. The most compelling evidence came from Dr. Marcus Chen, a linguistics expert who analyzed the recorded sounds using software designed to identify speech patterns in unknown languages. His findings indicated that the whispers contained grammatical structures, with recurring sound groups that functioned similarly to words or phrases in human communication. The implications were staggering, suggesting either an undiscovered form of natural acoustic phenomenon or something far more extraordinary. Temperature inversions in the polar atmosphere can create acoustic mirages, where sounds travel vast distances and appear to originate from empty air. This explains some auditory anomalies in polar regions, but it doesn't account for the organized, repeating patterns found in the sky whispers. The sounds occur even during periods of atmospheric stability, when temperature inversions are absent. Some researchers propose that the sounds originate from geological activity beneath the ice sheet. As massive glaciers shift and grind against bedrock, they could potentially create complex acoustic resonances that travel through the ice and emerge as organized sound patterns. But seismic monitoring during whisper episodes shows no corresponding underground activity that would explain the phenomenon. The electromagnetic properties of the polar environment add another layer of complexity. The interaction between solar radiation and Arctantica's magnetic field creates unique atmospheric conditions that could potentially generate sound through unknown mechanisms. Radio telescopes have detected unusual electromagnetic signatures during documented whisper episodes, but no direct correlation has been established. Dr. Sarah Thornton, an atmospheric physicist, spent 3 years studying the phenomenon and developed what she calls the crystalline resonance theory. She proposes that microscopic ice crystals suspended in the polar atmosphere could form temporary acoustic networks under specific conditions, creating natural sound chambers that amplify and organize random atmospheric noise into patterns resembling speech. Her laboratory experiments have reproduced similar effects on a small scale, but scaling up to explain the Arctantican phenomenon remains problematic. The psychological impact on researchers exposed to the sky whispers cannot be overlooked. Many report feeling as though the sounds are trying to communicate specific information, despite the absence of recognizable language. This sensation persists even among skeptical scientists who approach the phenomenon with purely analytical mindsets. The human brain's pattern recognition capabilities could be interpreting random acoustic data as meaningful communication, but this doesn't explain why multiple independent listeners often report hearing similar sound patterns. Modern recording technology has revealed additional mysteries within the whispers. Digital analysis shows that the sounds contain frequencies both above and below normal human hearing ranges, suggesting that the audible portions represent only a fragment of a larger acoustic phenomenon. When these subsonic and ultrasonic components are shifted into audible frequencies, they reveal even more complex patterns that deepen the mystery rather than resolve it. The timing of whisper episodes follows patterns that correlate with solar activity and magnetic field fluctuations, suggesting a possible connection to space weather phenomena. During periods of high solar wind activity, the frequency and intensity of recorded whispers increased significantly. This connection has led some researchers to theorize that the sounds might be byproducts of electromagnetic interactions between Earth's magnetosphere and charged particles from space. Advanced AI analysis of the recordings has identified what appears to be recurring mathematical relationships within the sound patterns. The intervals between certain tones follow sequences that mirror prime numbers and Fibonacci progressions, far beyond what would be expected from random natural phenomena. These mathematical elements suggest either an unknown natural process that generates organized acoustic patterns, or something that challenges our understanding of what constitutes natural phenomena. As research continues, the Sky Whispers of Arctantica remain one of the polar region's most enigmatic mysteries. Whether they represent an undiscovered acoustic property of extreme environments, evidence of unknown geological processes, or something that transcends current scientific understanding, they continue to captivate researchers and challenge our assumptions about the natural world. The voices in the wind persist, carrying their cryptic messages across the endless ice, waiting for someone to finally understand what they're trying to say. The Lost City of Ice. Deep beneath the endless white expanse of Arctantica's frozen wilderness, ground-penetrating radar has detected something that defies every geological model we've constructed about this continent. The readings reveal geometric patterns too precise to be natural, too vast to be dismissed as equipment error. These aren't random ice formations or scattered debris fields. They're the unmistakable signatures of structures, architectural blueprints etched in ice and stone, speaking to the possibility of an entire city locked beneath millions of tons of frozen water. The discovery emerged from routine geological surveys conducted by the European Space Agency's Cryosat mission in 2019. Dr. Elena Vasquez, the team's lead glaciologist, noticed anomalies in the ice density readings that repeated across a 12-mile radius. The patterns showed hollow spaces arranged in what appeared to be streets, interconnected chambers, and towering spires that reached upward through the ice sheet. When she presented her findings to the International Glaciological Society, the room fell silent. These weren't natural caverns or volcanic tubes. The symmetry was too perfect, the arrangement too deliberate. The site sits approximately 800 miles from the South Pole, buried beneath nearly 2 miles of accumulated ice. Conservative estimates suggest that if these structures exist, they've been frozen in place for at least 15,000 years, possibly much longer. The implications ripple outward like cracks in glass. If a civilization once thrived here, it would fundamentally alter our understanding of human development, climate history, and the very timeline of Earth's geological evolution. Ground-penetrating radar technology, originally developed for military applications, can peer through ice with remarkable clarity. The equipment sends electromagnetic pulses deep into the frozen ground, measuring how those signals bounce back from different materials. Ice returns one signature, rock another, and empty space creates distinct echoes that trained operators can interpret like reading sheet music. When Dr. Vasquez and her team analyzed their data, they found echo patterns that suggested not just empty spaces, but structured voids arranged in geometric relationships. The largest anomaly measures roughly 3 miles in diameter, with what appears to be a central hub surrounded by radiating pathways. Smaller structures cluster around this central formation, creating a pattern that resembles the layout of ancient cities found in warmer climates. The depth measurements indicate that some of these structures rise nearly 300 feet from their foundations, suggesting buildings or monuments of considerable size and sophistication. But here's where the mystery deepens. Ice core samples taken from the general region show clear layering that documents thousands of years of continuous freezing. There's no evidence of a warming period significant enough to allow for surface construction. This means that either these structures were built during an ice-free period much earlier than we previously thought possible, or they were somehow constructed beneath the ice itself, using methods we can't begin to comprehend. Dr. Marcus Chen, a structural archaeologist who has spent decades studying ancient civilizations, reviewed the radar data independently. His analysis confirmed what the glaciologists suspected, but were hesitant to conclude. The arrangements show clear signs of urban planning, with what appears to be a sophisticated understanding of engineering and architecture. The central structure, in particular, demonstrates design principles that wouldn't be out of place in modern city planning, including what might be drainage systems, transportation networks, and carefully calculated spacing between major building clusters. The challenges of accessing this potential archaeological site are staggering. Traditional excavation methods would require removing millions of tons of ice, a process that would take decades and cost hundreds of millions of dollars. The environmental impact would be catastrophic, and the political complications of such a massive undertaking in Arctantica would involve multiple international treaties and agreements. Alternative approaches, such as thermal drilling or advanced melting techniques, risk destroying the very evidence they seek to uncover. Several research teams have proposed using recently developed ice-penetrating probes, devices originally designed for exploring the subsurface oceans of Jupiter's moon Europa. These probes could theoretically melt their way down through the ice sheet, providing direct visual confirmation of what the radar data suggests. However, funding for such an ambitious project remains elusive, and the technical challenges are immense. The few thermal readings taken from the area reveal another puzzling detail. The ice directly above the suspected structures maintains a temperature roughly 2 degrees warmer than the surrounding frozen landscape. This subtle temperature difference has persisted across multiple seasonal measurements, suggesting a heat source beneath the ice that continues to function after thousands of years of burial. Natural geothermal activity could explain this anomaly, but the heat distribution follows the same geometric patterns as the structural anomalies detected by radar. Local indigenous stories passed down through generations of Arctic peoples speak of a great city that once stood where now only ice remains. These oral histories describe a place of towering crystal spires and vast chambers carved from living ice, inhabited by people who understood the secrets of surviving in eternal winter. While such stories are often dismissed as mythology, the correlation between these ancient tales and the modern radar discoveries has prompted some researchers to reconsider the historical value of oral traditions. Satellite imagery analysis has revealed additional curiosities. Subtle variations in surface ice texture, visible only under specific lighting conditions, trace patterns that align with the underground anomalies. These surface features are so faint that they were only discovered when researchers knew exactly where to look, guided by the radar data from below. The fact that buried structures might be influencing surface conditions after millennia of ice accumulation suggests something more substantial than simple ruins. The question that haunts every researcher involved in this discovery is fundamental. If an advanced civilization once existed in this frozen wilderness, what happened to its people? The evidence suggests a society capable of remarkable architectural achievements, potentially more sophisticated than any known ancient civilization. Yet they vanished so completely that only their buried city remains, locked in ice and silence, waiting for us to develop the technology and courage to uncover their secrets. Until that day arrives, the lost city of ice remains one of Arctantica's most profound mysteries, a testament to the possibility that our planet still holds revelations that could reshape everything we think we know about human history and the civilizations that came before us. The mysterious ice walls. When satellite imagery revealed walls of ice standing 300 feet tall in perfect geometric formation across the Arctantican landscape, glaciologists found themselves confronting something that challenged every model they relied upon. These weren't the chaotic jumbles of pressure ridges that form when ice sheets collide and buckle. These were structures so precise, so deliberately arranged, that they seemed to defy the random violence of natural ice formation. Dr. Elena Vasquez was reviewing routine satellite data from the European Space Agency when she first noticed the anomaly. What appeared on her screen looked less like a geological formation and more like architecture. The walls stretched for miles in perfect parallel lines, their surfaces smooth as polished glass, rising from the ice sheet with mathematical precision. When she showed the images to her colleagues, the room fell silent. The formations appeared overnight. Previous satellite passes showed nothing but typical ice terrain. Then, within a 48-hour window, these massive structures simply materialized. The speed of their formation violated everything scientists understood about ice mechanics. Natural ice walls form over months or years through the gradual accumulation of pressure and temperature changes. These walls appeared to have emerged in hours. Ground-penetrating radar revealed that the structures extended deep into the ice sheet, their foundations reaching down nearly 1,000 feet. But here's where the mystery deepened. The walls weren't made of compressed snow or the typical blue ice found in glacial formations. Spectral analysis showed a crystalline structure, unlike anything in the geological record. The ice contained trace elements that shouldn't exist in polar formations, minerals typically found in deep ocean trenches and volcanic vents. Dr. Marcus Chen led the first expedition to examine the walls directly. His team rappelled down the smooth faces, taking core samples and measurements. What they discovered challenged their understanding of ice physics. The walls weren't solid. They were hollow, containing chambers and passages that seemed to follow an intentional design. The interior temperatures measured significantly warmer than the surrounding ice sheet, sometimes reaching levels that should have caused melting. But the walls remained perfectly intact. Chen's team detected vibrations within the structures, low-frequency pulses that seemed to emanate from deep within the ice sheet. The pattern was too regular to be seismic activity, too complex to be mechanical. When they lowered hydrophones into the chambers, they recorded sounds that resembled communication. Rhythmic patterns that started and stopped, paused and resumed, as if responding to some unheard signal. The walls appear to be moving, not shifting or settling like normal ice formations, but deliberately repositioning themselves across the landscape. Satellite data shows them appearing in new locations while leaving no trace of their previous positions. The ice sheet beneath shows no scarring, no displacement marks, nothing to indicate how structures weighing millions of tons could relocate without leaving evidence of their passage. Local weather patterns changed after the walls appeared. Wind currents that had followed the same paths for decades suddenly shifted. Temperature readings showed microclimates forming around the structures, pockets of unusual warmth that attracted wildlife from hundreds of miles away. Seal populations began gathering near the walls, displaying behaviors never documented before, swimming in complex patterns, vocalizing in sequences that seemed to mirror the sounds detected within the ice structures. The geological implications prove equally troubling. The walls indicate movement within the ice sheet that doesn't match any known glacial process. Something beneath the ice is actively reshaping the surface, creating these formations for reasons that remain opaque to scientific understanding. The precision suggests intelligence, but the scale suggests forces beyond current human capability. Dr. Sarah Morrison, a structural engineer who examined the formations, noted that the walls demonstrate load-bearing techniques that shouldn't be possible with ice. The structures support their own enormous weight without the buttressing or reinforcement that would be necessary in conventional architecture. They stand free, defying gravity and structural physics, their smooth surfaces reflecting light in ways that create optical illusions across the polar landscape. The formations appear to be part of a larger system. As more walls appeared across different regions of the continent, patterns emerged. The structures aligned with magnetic anomalies, their positions corresponding to underground features that hadn't been previously mapped. Ground-penetrating radar revealed a network of chambers and tunnels connecting the walls across vast distances, suggesting a subterranean infrastructure of staggering complexity. Analysis of ice samples from the walls revealed microscopic structures that don't match any known crystalline formation. The ice contains geometric patterns at the molecular level, arrangements that suggest artificial organization rather than natural crystal growth. When subjected to different temperatures and pressures, the ice exhibits properties that conventional ice cannot: flexibility, electrical conductivity, and the ability to self-repair when damaged. The walls generate their own electromagnetic fields, subtle but measurable disturbances that affect compass readings and electronic equipment. Research teams working near the structures report equipment malfunctions, GPS systems providing inconsistent readings, and radio communications experiencing interference that follows the same rhythmic patterns detected within the ice chambers. Perhaps most unsettling, the walls seem to respond to human presence. Motion sensors placed around the structures detected changes in the low-frequency vibrations whenever research teams approached. The patterns altered, becoming more complex, more urgent. Some expedition members reported feeling watched, sensing an awareness within the ice that tracked their movements across the frozen landscape. The formations continue to evolve. New walls appear irregularly, sometimes in remote regions where no human has ever traveled, sometimes uncomfortably close to research stations. Their purposes remain unknown, their origins unexplained, their implications profound. They represent either a natural phenomenon that revolutionizes our understanding of ice physics, or evidence of intelligence operating beneath the polar ice sheet, intelligence with capabilities that surpass our current technological understanding. The mysterious ice walls of Arctantica stand as monuments to the unknown, their perfect surfaces reflecting not just light, but the limitations of human knowledge. They wait in the frozen silence, their chambers humming with activity that speaks to forces still hidden beneath the ice. Inexplicable fossil discoveries. When paleontologist Dr. Elena Vasquez first examined the fossil embedded in 200-million-year-old rock, she thought her equipment had malfunctioned. The creature staring back at her from the ancient stone possessed anatomical features that belonged to no known taxonomy. Its skeletal structure defied conventional understanding of evolutionary progression, displaying characteristics that seemed to bridge impossible gaps between species separated by hundreds of millions of years. The fossil came from a remote drilling site in eastern Arctantica, where researchers had been extracting ice cores when they struck something unexpected. Beneath layers of ice that had remained frozen for epochs, they discovered rock formations containing pristine specimens of creatures that shouldn't exist. These weren't the familiar marine fossils typically found in Arctantica's geological record. These were something else entirely. Dr. Vasquez's initial discovery was just the beginning. Within 18 months, teams working across different sectors of the continent began reporting similar finds. Each fossil displayed the same bewildering combination of features, skeletal structures that suggested both aquatic and terrestrial adaptation, appendages that appeared designed for environments that didn't exist during their supposed time period, neural cavity formations that indicated brain sizes far exceeding what should have been possible for creatures of their era. The scientific community responded with measured skepticism. Dr. James Harrison, a leading authority on prehistoric life, examined the specimens independently. His analysis confirmed what his colleagues feared to acknowledge. These fossils represented organisms that evolution, as currently understood, couldn't have produced. The complexity of their physiological systems exceeded anything found in contemporary species from the same geological period. What made these discoveries particularly unsettling was their distribution. The fossils weren't confined to a single location or rock layer. Teams found them scattered across vast distances, embedded in geological formations spanning different time periods. Some appeared in rocks dating back 400 million years. Others emerged from formations barely 50 million years old. The creatures seemed to have existed across multiple eras, unchanged by the evolutionary pressures that transformed every other form of life. Dr. Sarah Chen, a biomechanical engineer brought in to analyze the fossil's structural properties, made an observation that deepened the mystery. The bone density and composition suggested these creatures had been adapted for extreme conditions, not just the cold, but pressure variations that would have required living in environments ranging from deep ocean trenches to high atmospheric altitudes. Their physiology appeared designed for a world that bore little resemblance to Earth during any known geological period. The implications troubled the research teams. If these creatures had indeed lived during the time period suggested by their geological context, they would have coexisted with far more primitive life forms, yet their anatomy suggested evolutionary developments that wouldn't appear in the fossil record for hundreds of millions of years. Dr. Vasquez described it as finding a modern jet engine in a medieval castle. More disturbing was the apparent intelligence these creatures displayed. Neural pathways preserved in the fossilized brain tissue indicated cognitive capacity that rivaled modern mammals. Some specimens showed evidence of tool use, with wear patterns on bone structures suggesting they had manipulated objects with precision and purpose. One fossil, discovered near the Transarctantic Mountains, displayed what appeared to be crude symbols carved into its own skeletal structure. The symbols defied interpretation. Linguists and anthropologists examined the markings, finding no correlation with any known form of communication. The patterns were too complex to be natural formations, too deliberate to be random scarring. They appeared to be language, but a language that predated the development of complex communication by millions of years. Dr. Michael Torres, who specialized in ancient environmental reconstruction, attempted to determine what conditions could have supported such creatures. His analysis revealed another impossibility. The atmospheric composition and climate conditions during the periods when these organisms lived would have been hostile to the type of complex life the fossils represented. The oxygen levels, temperature variations, and atmospheric pressure would have prevented the development of the sophisticated metabolic systems these creatures possessed. Yet the geological evidence was undeniable. The fossils were embedded in rock layers that showed no signs of disturbance or contamination. Radiometric dating confirmed their age. Chemical analysis proved they belonged to the time periods indicated by their geological context. Every scientific test supported their authenticity, while simultaneously making their existence impossible to explain. The discovery that created the most controversy came from a deep drilling operation near the South Pole. Researchers found a cluster of fossils that appeared to represent a family group. Adult specimens surrounded smaller ones in what looked like a protective formation. The arrangement suggested these creatures had possessed social structures, had cared for their young, and had faced some catastrophic event together. What unsettled the team wasn't just the emotional resonance of the discovery, but the implications for their understanding of consciousness and civilization. If these creatures had lived in organized groups, had developed communication systems, and had possessed the cognitive capacity for abstract thought, they represented a form of intelligence that predated human evolution by hundreds of millions of years. The questions multiplied faster than answers. Where had these creatures come from? How had they survived in conditions that should have been lethal? What had caused their extinction? And why were their remains only being discovered now, in one of the most remote and inhospitable places on Earth? Dr. Vasquez continued her analysis, but each new discovery only deepened the mystery. The fossils suggested a level of biological sophistication that challenged fundamental assumptions about the development of life on Earth. They implied the existence of lost chapters in evolutionary history, chapters that had been frozen in Arctantica's ice for millions of years, waiting for the right moment to rewrite everything science thought it knew about the origins of intelligence itself. The frozen continent had kept its secrets well, but as the ice slowly revealed its ancient treasures, researchers began to wonder if they were prepared for what else might be waiting beneath the endless expanse of white. The Cryptic Polar Pyramids. When a satellite operator in Colorado spotted what appeared to be perfect geometric shapes buried beneath Arctantica's ice sheet in 2016, her first instinct was to dismiss them as equipment malfunction. The forms were too precise, too deliberately arranged to be natural formations. Yet there they were, captured in infrared imaging that penetrated miles of accumulated snow and ice, angular structures that shouldn't exist in a landscape shaped by wind and weather over millions of years. The discovery emerged from routine geological surveys, part of ongoing efforts to map the continent's hidden topography. Dr. Elena Vasquez, the lead satellite analyst, had been processing thousands of images when these particular formations stopped her cold. 3 structures, each measuring approximately 600 feet at their base, arranged in a triangular pattern that covered nearly 2 square miles of previously unexplored territory. What made these formations particularly unsettling wasn't just their geometric precision, but their orientation. Each structure aligned perfectly with magnetic north, despite being positioned in a region where magnetic declination should have made such alignment purely coincidental. The mathematical probability of 3 naturally occurring formations achieving this level of precision approaches astronomical impossibility. The research team's attempts to organize ground expeditions met with unusual resistance. Weather patterns in the region proved consistently hostile, with sudden temperature drops and unpredictable storm systems emerging whenever survey teams approached the coordinates. 3 separate attempts to reach the site by overland traverse were abandoned due to equipment failures that investigators later described as systematically comprehensive. What we know about these structures comes primarily from advanced ground-penetrating radar conducted from aircraft flying at maximum safe distance. The imagery suggests internal chambers, with what appear to be corridors connecting different levels within each formation. The largest structure shows evidence of a central cavity roughly 200 feet in diameter, completely hollow except for what radar operators describe as geometric patterns along the walls. Dr. James Morrison, a glaciologist with 30 years of polar research experience, reviewed the data with increasing bewilderment. Natural ice formations, he explained, simply don't create geometric voids. Ice flows, settles, and shifts according to pressure and temperature gradients. The idea of ice naturally forming perfectly symmetrical internal chambers challenges every principle of glacial geology. The dating of these structures presents another puzzle. Ice core analysis from the surrounding region indicates the formations have remained stable for at least 12,000 years, possibly longer. The ice layers above them show no signs of disturbance, suggesting these structures were completely buried before the last major glacial period. Yet the precision of their construction implies engineering capabilities that shouldn't have existed in that era. Ground-penetrating radar revealed additional details that only deepened the mystery. The structures appear to be built from a material that's neither ice nor stone, but something that produces a unique radar signature, unlike anything in geological databases. The material seems to absorb certain frequencies while reflecting others, creating what one technician described as shadow patterns in the imaging. Local indigenous knowledge, gathered from archived interviews with Arctantican researchers, contains references to houses of the sky people buried beneath the ice. These accounts, recorded during early 20th century expeditions, describe structures that touch the stars and contain songs that call to the lights above. The interviews were largely dismissed as folklore until the satellite discoveries prompted researchers to re-examine them with new interest. The most compelling evidence comes from magnetic field measurements taken above the structures. The region shows significant magnetic anomalies that intensify directly over each formation. Magnetometer readings indicate these anomalies pulse in regular intervals, approximately every 11.3 minutes, with each pulse lasting exactly 47 seconds. The precision of this timing suggests artificial origin, yet no known technology could maintain such regular magnetic emissions while buried under miles of ice. Temperature readings from the area reveal another inconsistency. While the surrounding ice maintains temperatures consistent with depth and seasonal variation, the areas directly above the structures register temperatures approximately 3 degrees warmer. This temperature differential remains constant regardless of surface weather conditions, suggesting an internal heat source that has remained active for millennia. The few photographs captured during flyovers show subtle surface features that might be explained by the structures beneath. The snow above each formation displays faint geometric patterns, as if the buried shapes somehow influence the way moisture settles and accumulates. These patterns become visible only under specific lighting conditions, appearing briefly during the Antarctic dawn and disappearing as the sun rises. Attempts to correlate these formations with known archaeological sites worldwide have produced intriguing connections. The three-structure arrangement mirrors temple complexes found in Cambodia, Egypt, and Peru, all dating to roughly the same prehistoric period. The dimensions of the Arctantican structures, when converted to ancient measurement systems, align precisely with the mathematical ratios used in these geographically distant sites. Dr. Sarah Chen, an archaeologist specializing in prehistoric civilizations, notes that the engineering required to construct such precisely aligned structures would have demanded sophisticated understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and construction techniques. The logistics of building in such a remote and hostile environment adds another layer of complexity that challenges conventional understanding of ancient capabilities. The structure's relationship to celestial bodies provides yet another mystery. When viewed from above, the three formations align with specific star positions as they would have appeared 12,000 years ago. This suggests their builders possessed detailed astronomical knowledge and planned their construction to commemorate or mark specific celestial events. Recent attempts to use more advanced imaging technology have met with technical difficulties that investigators struggle to explain. Sophisticated radar systems experience systematic malfunctions when focused on the structures, while standard equipment functions normally in the surrounding areas. The pattern of these failures appears too consistent to be coincidental. The pyramidal shapes beneath Arctantica's ice continue to resist easy explanation. They challenge our understanding of prehistoric capabilities, geological processes, and the very history of human presence in Earth's most remote regions. These silent monuments, locked in ice for millennia, hold secrets that may reshape our understanding of ancient civilizations and their remarkable achievements. The Enigma of Shackleton's Compasses. Ernest Shackleton's compass began spinning wildly on March 15, 1908, at coordinates that would later be classified in sealed Royal Geographic Society files. The needle swept in erratic circles, defying every known law of magnetic navigation, while his crew watched in growing unease as their most trusted instrument transformed into something alien and unpredictable. The boss, as his men called him, had relied on compass readings through some of the most treacherous waters on Earth. Yet here, somewhere in the vast polar expanse, the very tool that had guided explorers for centuries seemed to recoil from invisible forces lurking beneath the ice. Shackleton's meticulous journals, preserved in the Scott Polar Research Institute, document 17 separate incidents where his compasses exhibited what he termed supernatural deviation. These weren't minor fluctuations. The needles would swing through complete rotations, sometimes settling on readings that pointed toward empty sky or solid ice formations. On one occasion, documented in his personal correspondence to his wife Emily, Shackleton described watching his backup compass needle bend physically downward, as if drawn by something deep beneath the frozen surface. Modern geophysicists studying Shackleton's route have identified several magnetic anomalies along his path, but none powerful enough to explain the extreme behaviors he recorded. Dr. Margaret Ellsworth, who spent 3 decades analyzing polar magnetic fields, noted that the disturbances Shackleton described would require magnetic forces roughly 8 times stronger than anything naturally occurring at those latitudes. The crew of the Endurance reported similar phenomena during their legendary drift through the ice. Frank Worsley, the ship's navigator, kept detailed logs of compass irregularities that seemed to follow a pattern connected to specific geographic features. His charts, recently digitized from the Royal Geographic Society archives, show that the most severe disturbances occurred near underwater mountain ranges that weren't officially mapped until the 1950s. Worsley's observations proved particularly disturbing. He noted that the compass disturbances often preceded changes in ice behavior, as if the same forces affecting their instruments somehow influenced the massive ice formations around them. On February 3, 1915, he wrote, "The compass spun like a child's top for nearly an hour before the ice began its crushing advance against our starboard hull." Tom Crean, one of Shackleton's most trusted companions, mentioned in his later interviews that the compass problems seemed to affect the men's sense of direction even when they relied on visual landmarks. Several crew members reported feeling disoriented during the worst magnetic disturbances, as if their internal navigation systems were being scrambled along with their instruments. The mystery deepened when researchers discovered that Shackleton's compass disturbances occurred in areas where modern satellites have detected unusual subsurface density variations. These underground formations, visible only through advanced ground-penetrating radar, appear to be composed of materials with magnetic properties unlike anything found elsewhere on Earth. Russian scientists conducting deep ice core sampling in 2019 discovered metallic deposits at depths corresponding to Shackleton's most problematic compass readings. The metals showed isotopic signatures that don't match standard terrestrial composition, suggesting they originated from extraterrestrial sources. Yet these deposits lie buried under ice layers that formed thousands of years before any recorded meteorite impacts in the region. The timeline creates an impossible puzzle. Shackleton's compass pointed toward anomalies that wouldn't be scientifically verified for another century, while the source of these anomalies appears to predate human presence in the region by millennia. It's as if his instruments were responding to ancient mysteries that lay waiting beneath the ice, mysteries that continue to confound modern science. Temperature readings taken during Shackleton's expeditions show another curious pattern. The air temperature dropped by several degrees during the most severe compass disturbances, even when weather conditions remained otherwise stable. His thermometer readings, cross-referenced with modern climate data, reveal temperature fluctuations that don't align with any known meteorological phenomena. Frank Wild, Shackleton's second-in-command, documented strange sounds that accompanied the compass problems. He described a low humming that seemed to rise from beneath the ice, audible only during the moments when their navigation instruments failed. Modern acoustic analysis of similar polar environments has found no natural source for the frequencies Wild described. The acoustic mystery gained new significance when researchers discovered that the humming frequencies Wild recorded match resonance patterns found in certain crystalline structures. Laboratory tests show that crystals with specific magnetic properties can produce similar sounds when subjected to electromagnetic fields. But no such crystals have been found in the polar regions, at least not in locations accessible to conventional exploration. Recent analysis of Shackleton's personal effects revealed that his pocket watch, carried throughout the expedition, had been permanently magnetized in a pattern that defies explanation. The magnetization appears to have occurred gradually, creating a spiral pattern that suggests exposure to rotating magnetic fields. Modern attempts to replicate this pattern have failed, even using industrial electromagnetic equipment. The implications extend beyond navigation problems. If forces powerful enough to manipulate compass needles and magnetize steel were active in the polar regions, they might explain other anomalies reported by early explorers. Strange lights, unexplained ice formations, and the mysterious disappearances of several expedition teams could all be connected to the same underlying phenomenon. Shackleton himself seemed to understand that his compass problems represented something larger than simple magnetic interference. In his final journal entry before the Endurance was crushed, he wrote, "The ice knows secrets we are not yet ready to understand. Our instruments respond to truths buried deeper than our science can reach." Today, GPS satellites occasionally experience similar disturbances when passing over the same regions where Shackleton's compasses failed. The satellite anomalies last only minutes, but they occur with startling regularity, as if the same forces that confused his 19th century instruments continue to operate beneath the ice. The enigma of Shackleton's compasses remains unsolved, a reminder that even our most trusted tools can be overwhelmed by forces we don't yet comprehend. Somewhere beneath the polar ice, something continues to exert influence on our instruments, our technology, and perhaps our understanding of the natural world itself. The frozen alien messages. Deep beneath 3 kilometers of Arctantican ice, a Soviet drilling team in 1987 extracted something that shouldn't exist. Carved into ancient ice cores, they found symbols that match no known language on Earth. The patterns were deliberate, methodical, and according to carbon dating, they were sealed in ice over 15,000 years ago. Dr. Elena Vasquez spent 14 years analyzing these markings before she would speak publicly about them. When she finally did, her words were measured, careful. "These aren't random scratches," she said during a closed conference in Geneva. "They follow mathematical principles that suggest intent, communication, possibly even a form of written language." The discovery remained classified for 3 decades. Only in 2017, when a similar pattern emerged from a completely different drilling site 800 kilometers away, did the scientific community begin to acknowledge what they'd found. The symbols weren't isolated, they were part of something larger. The markings themselves defy easy categorization. They appear as geometric forms interspersed with flowing curves, almost like mathematical equations merged with organic shapes. Each symbol measures roughly 3 centimeters in width, carved with precision that suggests sophisticated tools. The depth is consistent throughout, approximately 2.4 millimeters, indicating either mechanical precision or extraordinary manual control. Dr. Marcus Webb, a linguist who specializes in ancient scripts, examined the symbols in 2019. His analysis revealed structural patterns that mirror known linguistic frameworks, but the content remains untranslatable. "There's syntax here," Webb noted in his preliminary report, subject-verb relationships, possibly even grammatical tenses, but the reference, they don't correspond to anything in our experience. The ice cores containing these symbols originate from different geological periods, yet the symbols themselves remain remarkably consistent. This suggests either an extremely long-lived civilization or multiple instances of the same non-human intelligence returning to Arctantica across millennia. Neither explanation sits comfortably with conventional archaeology. 3 independent research teams have now confirmed the existence of these symbols across 17 separate drilling sites. Each discovery follows the same pattern. The symbols appear in ice layers dating between 12,000 and 18,000 years ago, always at depths that would have required significant effort to reach, even with modern technology. The distribution pattern raises additional questions. The symbols aren't randomly scattered across Arctantica. They follow specific coordinates that, when mapped, create geometric patterns visible only from considerable altitude. Dr. Sarah Chen, who led the mapping project, describes it as intentional placement on a scale that suggests aerial perspective. In 2020, a breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Dr. James Morrison, an astronomer working with SETI, noticed similarities between the Arctantican symbols and mathematical constants used in interstellar communication theory. Several of the geometric forms, when translated into numerical values, correspond to prime number sequences and the golden ratio. It's as if someone wanted to demonstrate mathematical understanding, Morrison explained during a controversial lecture at MIT. These aren't decorative marks, they're proofs. Someone was showing they understood universal mathematical principles. The implications troubled the scientific establishment. If Morrison's interpretation is correct, the symbols represent evidence of mathematical sophistication that predates known human civilization by thousands of years. Either human development occurred much earlier than previously believed, or these symbols have non-human origins. The Soviet team that first discovered the symbols reported other anomalies at the drilling site. Equipment malfunctions were common, with electronic devices displaying erratic readings. Compass needles would spin without settling on magnetic north. Most unsettling, several team members reported hearing low-frequency sounds that seemed to originate from deep within the ice itself. These secondary phenomena accompanied each subsequent discovery. Research teams consistently report technical difficulties when working around the symbol sites. Communication equipment fails. Power systems drain faster than expected. GPS coordinates become unreliable. Dr. Vasquez documented these effects meticulously, though she struggled to explain them. There's something about these locations that interferes with our technology, she noted. It's as if the ice itself retains properties that affect electromagnetic systems. The sonic anomalies proved particularly intriguing. Multiple teams have recorded low-frequency vibrations at symbol sites, sounds that register just below the threshold of human hearing. When these recordings are played back at higher speeds, they reveal complex patterns that some researchers interpret as potential communication attempts. Marine biologist Dr. Rachel Torres compared these sounds to whale songs and dolphin communication. There's structure here, she observed. Repeated phrases, variations on themes. It resembles language but not human language. The most recent discovery came in 2023, when climate change accelerated ice melting in a previously unexplored region. Natural ice shifts exposed a section of symbols that had been carved directly into the bedrock beneath the ice. These markings were larger, more elaborate, and included what appeared to be pictographic elements alongside the geometric forms. The pictographs depict elongated figures with proportions that don't match human anatomy. The heads are larger relative to the bodies, the limbs longer and more slender. If these represent the creators of the symbols, they suggest non-human intelligence with sophisticated understanding of both mathematics and representational art. Carbon dating of organic material found near the bedrock symbols indicates they're significantly older than the ice core versions, possibly dating back 25,000 years. This extended timeline challenges not only archaeological understanding, but also climatological models of Arctantica's ice formation. Government response to these discoveries has been notably reserved. Official statements acknowledge the existence of anomalous markings, but avoid speculation about their origins. Research funding for symbol analysis has been quietly restricted, with several prominent researchers reporting difficulty obtaining permits for further drilling. The scientific community remains divided. Conventional archaeologists argue for prosaic explanations, natural ice formations creating symbol-like patterns, contamination from modern sources, or misidentification of geological features. Yet the mathematical precision and consistent linguistic structure resist these explanations. Independent researchers continue documenting new sites, often working without official support. Each discovery adds complexity to the mystery. The symbols appear to be part of a comprehensive system, a form of communication that spans millennia and covers vast geographical areas. Whether these frozen messages represent human achievement far older than recorded history, or evidence of non-human intelligence visiting Earth in ancient times, remains unanswered. The symbols wait in the ice, their meaning locked away like their creators, speaking in mathematical whispers to a world not yet ready to understand their message. The drilling continues, each new core sample carrying the possibility of revelation or deeper mystery. Arctantica's lost shipwrecks. Deep within the frozen wasteland of Arctantica, where the ice forms an unforgiving seal over secrets both ancient and modern, ships rest in suspended animation, not merely lost, captured, preserved in conditions so extreme that time itself seems negotiable. The HMS Resolute disappeared in 1854 during Franklin's expedition, only to resurface decades later, its crew compartments intact, meals still frozen on tables. But that's just the beginning. Satellite imagery from 2019 revealed something extraordinary: geometric patterns beneath the ice that match no known natural formation. When researchers finally reached the coordinates, they found not one ship, but 17 vessels spanning 4 centuries, arranged in what can only be described as deliberate formation. Dr. Elena Vasquez, a marine archaeologist who spent 3 months studying the site, documented something that challenges our understanding of both maritime history and physics itself. The ships weren't simply frozen, they were preserved in layers of ice that formed an impossible sequence. Carbon dating of the ice surrounding a 16th century Spanish galleon showed formation dates that predated the ship's construction by 200 years. The first anomaly emerged when her team accessed the cargo hold of what appeared to be a 19th century whaling vessel. Inside, they found navigational equipment that shouldn't exist, sextants crafted from materials that don't occur naturally on Earth, compass needles that pointed not to magnetic north, but to a fixed coordinate deep beneath the Arctantican ice sheet. Each ship told a story that contradicted the next. A Soviet research vessel from 1963 contained samples of ice formations that matched mineral compositions found only in deep space. The ship's logs, preserved in readable condition, documented the crew's encounter with what they termed architectural ice, frozen structures that displayed evidence of deliberate construction. The most disturbing discovery came from the oldest vessel in the formation. Portuguese maritime records from 1587 describe the Santa Isabella as lost in a storm off the coast of Africa. Yet here it rests, thousands of miles from its intended route, its hull showing signs of impact with something far more substantial than ocean ice. Deep gouges in the wood form patterns that repeat across multiple ships from different time periods. Captain Robert Morrison, whose research vessel joined the international investigation team, noted disturbing parallels in the ship's final log entries. Regardless of their origin century, crews reported the same phenomenon: a sudden loss of navigation capability, followed by the appearance of structures on the horizon that shouldn't exist in open ocean. The Santa Isabella's final entry, written in fading ink that somehow remained legible after centuries: "The towers rise from water that has no bottom. Our instruments spin without purpose. God preserve us, for we sail now in waters that exist on no earthly map." A similar entry appears in the logs of the MV Kronos, a commercial fishing vessel that vanished in 1987. Radar shows structures at bearing 180 degrees. Captain refuses to investigate. Water temperature dropping rapidly. Ice forming in patterns that this isn't natural ice. Maritime historian Dr. James Reeves spent 8 months analyzing the positioning and condition of the 17 ships. His findings, published in a restricted access journal, suggest that each vessel encountered the same phenomenon at different points in history. The ships weren't randomly caught in ice, they were drawn to specific coordinates by something beneath the surface. The evidence becomes more compelling when examining the ship's cargo. Every vessel, regardless of its original mission, contained materials that don't appear in historical shipping manifests. Crystalline formations that emit low-frequency sounds when exposed to temperature changes. Metal fragments that maintain consistent temperature, regardless of environmental conditions. Stone tablets covered in symbols that predate known writing systems by thousands of years. What troubles researchers most is the discovery of modern equipment aboard vessels that predate its invention. The Santa Isabella contained electronic components that wouldn't be developed for another 4 centuries. A 1920s research vessel, held computer storage devices containing data in formats that current technology cannot decode. Dr. Vasquez's team made one final discovery that has yet to be fully explained. Deep scans of the ice formation revealed additional structures below the visible ships, layer upon layer of vessels, extending down through ice that formed over millennia. Conservative estimates suggest at least 50 ships rest in the frozen depths, with the deepest layers containing vessels of unknown design and origin. The implications extend far beyond maritime mystery. If ships from different centuries were drawn to the same location by the same phenomenon, something beneath the ice has been active for far longer than recorded history suggests. The geometric arrangement of the 17 visible vessels creates a pattern that mirrors star formations visible only from specific coordinates in the southern hemisphere. Local weather patterns around the ship formation defy meteorological prediction. Temperatures fluctuate in cycles that correspond to no known atmospheric phenomenon. Ice forms and melts in patterns that suggest external influence. Magnetic readings shift without geological cause. The international research team's final report, classified at the highest levels, concluded that the ship formation represents either an unprecedented natural phenomenon or evidence of intelligence operating beneath the Arctantican ice sheet. The report's most disturbing finding: recent satellite imagery shows the formation changing. Ships are shifting position within the ice, following the same geometric pattern, but expanding outward. 3 separate governments have established permanent monitoring stations around the site. Their official mission involves climate research and geological surveys. Their actual purpose remains classified, but equipment manifests include technology designed for deep ice penetration and subsurface communication. The ships of Arctantica rest in their frozen harbor, each holding fragments of a larger mystery that spans centuries. They serve as markers in a timeline we don't fully understand, pointing towards something beneath the ice that has been gathering vessels and their crews for far longer than we've been documenting their disappearance. In the silence of the frozen sea, 17 ships wait in formation, their secrets preserved in ice that forms according to its own mysterious schedule. They are not merely lost vessels, they are evidence of something that transforms the very nature of loss itself into purposeful collection. The mystery of the anomalous ice ridge. 3 separate glaciology teams have been denied permission to conduct deep core sampling at Site AR-47, a formation that challenges every principle of ice physics we understand. The anomalous ice ridge stretches for nearly 18 kilometers across the Arctantican plateau, its surface so perfectly smooth that satellite imagery initially mistook it for a metal structure protruding from the ice sheet. Dr. Wondor 2 has BA 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 sheet. Dr. Elena Vasquez first documented the ridge in 2019 during a routine survey mission. Her initial notes describe something that shouldn't exist in nature: ice formed in geometric patterns, with crystalline structures that maintain perfect symmetry across vast distances. The ridge rises 47 meters above the surrounding terrain, its edges carved with mathematical precision that would challenge our most advanced machinery. What makes this formation truly unsettling is its age. Carbon dating of organic matter trapped within the ice suggests the ridge formed approximately 12,000 years ago, yet the ice itself shows no signs of the natural weathering, cracking, or deformation that should occur over millennia. The surface remains as smooth as polished glass, reflecting the polar sky with an almost mirror-like quality that creates optical illusions for anyone approaching on foot. Ground-penetrating radar reveals internal structures that defy explanation. The ice contains chambers, hollow spaces arranged in hexagonal patterns that extend deep into the ridge's core. These voids aren't random pockets formed by natural processes. They're geometric, intentional, as if the entire ridge was constructed rather than formed. The chambers connect through narrow channels that create an intricate network spanning the ridge's entire length. Temperature readings present another anomaly. While the surrounding ice maintains the expected sub-zero temperatures, the ridge consistently measures 3 degrees warmer. This temperature differential has remained constant across multiple seasons, suggesting an internal heat source that continues to function after thousands of years. Thermal imaging shows heat signatures emanating from specific points along the ridge's base, forming patterns that align with the internal chamber network. The ice composition itself challenges our understanding of glacial formation. Spectroscopic analysis reveals traces of elements that don't occur naturally in polar ice. Microscopic particles of rare earth metals, arranged in crystalline matrices that suggest artificial introduction. These particles don't exist randomly throughout the ice. They form precise geometric patterns that mirror the ridge's external structure. Local weather patterns bend around the ridge in ways that violate atmospheric physics. Wind currents that should flow over the formation instead spiral around it, creating a perpetual calm zone that extends roughly 1 kilometer in all directions. Snow doesn't accumulate on the ridge's surface. Instead, it seems to slide off despite the formation's considerable height and the lack of any visible slope or texture that would prevent accumulation. The ridge's magnetic properties add another layer of mystery. Compass readings become unreliable within a 5-kilometer radius, with magnetic needles spinning wildly or pointing directly toward the ridge regardless of true magnetic north. This magnetic anomaly intensifies during certain times of the year, particularly during the polar night when the aurora activity peaks overhead. Dr. Vasquez's team attempted to extract core samples using standard drilling equipment, but the ice proved unusually resistant to penetration. Diamond-tipped drill bits that should easily cut through glacial ice instead bounced off the ridge's surface, leaving barely visible scratches. When they finally managed to extract small samples using laser cutting techniques, the ice exhibited properties unlike any known frozen water. It didn't melt at expected temperatures, maintaining its solid state even when heated to nearly 40 degrees Celsius. The few samples they managed to analyze contained microscopic structures that resemble manufactured components rather than natural ice crystals. These structures maintain perfect geometric proportions and appear to be engineered at a molecular level. When examined under electron microscopy, they reveal intricate patterns that suggest deliberate design rather than natural formation. Seismic testing reveals that the ridge extends far deeper than initially thought. The structure continues underground for at least 200 meters, possibly connecting to other formations that remain hidden beneath the ice sheet. The seismic data shows a network of connected anomalies spreading outward from the ridge, suggesting it might be part of a much larger complex buried beneath centuries of accumulated ice. Satellite imagery from different time periods shows the ridge's surface changing in subtle but measurable ways. Areas that appeared smooth in previous years develop slight variations in reflectivity, as if the ice is responding to external stimuli or following some internal programming. These changes occur in patterns that correlate with solar activity and magnetic field fluctuations, suggesting the ridge somehow responds to cosmic influences. The official explanation attributes the ridge to an unusual combination of seismic activity and specific atmospheric conditions that occurred during the last ice age. However, this explanation fails to address the geometric precision, the internal chamber network, the temperature anomalies, and the unusual ice composition. The formation exhibits too many engineered characteristics to result from natural processes alone. Indigenous legends from the region speak of a crystal path that ancient peoples used to navigate the polar landscape. These stories describe a smooth, straight formation that reflected the sky and provided guidance during the darkest months. The legends suggest this path was created by beings who came from the stars, bringing knowledge of ice-shaping techniques that allowed them to create permanent structures in the frozen wilderness. The ridge's alignments with astronomical phenomena add credibility to these ancient accounts. The formation's length runs precisely along a line that connects to specific star positions during the winter solstice, creating a terrestrial marker that corresponds to celestial navigation points. This alignment suggests whoever created the ridge possessed sophisticated knowledge of astronomy and navigation. Recent satellite thermal imaging has detected periodic energy pulses emanating from the ridge's core. These pulses occur at regular intervals, approximately every 72 hours, and coincide with specific aurora displays overhead. The energy signatures suggest some kind of active system continues to operate within the ridge, maintaining its structural integrity and unusual properties across millennia. The anomalous ice ridge stands as one of Arctantica's most compelling mysteries, a formation that challenges our understanding of natural processes while hinting at ancient knowledge or technologies we've yet to comprehend. Its smooth surface reflects not just the polar sky, but questions about who might have possessed the capability to engineer such a structure in one of Earth's most remote locations. The Polar Night Revelations. For 6 months of every year, the sun abandons Arctantica completely. Not a gentle sunset that promises tomorrow's dawn, but an absolute departure that plunges the continent into a darkness so profound it seems to press against your skin. Scientists call it polar night. The indigenous peoples of the far north had different names for it, names that spoke of revelation, of truths that only emerge when the world's brightest light goes silent. Dr. Elena Vasquez noticed it first during her 3rd winter at McMurdo Station. The atmospheric readings weren't just unusual, they were impossible. Her instruments detected electromagnetic signatures that appeared only during the deepest months of polar night, patterns that vanished the moment any trace of sunlight returned to the Antarctic sky. When she submitted her initial findings to the National Science Foundation, the response was curious. Not skeptical, as she'd expected, but deliberately vague, almost as if they'd been waiting for someone to document what they already knew. The data told a story that challenged everything we understand about how our planet interacts with the cosmos. Between May and August, when Arctantica exists in total darkness, the continent's magnetic field doesn't just fluctuate, it pulses with a rhythm that matches no known natural phenomenon. The pulses occur every 73 minutes, precise to the second, as if synchronized by some unseen conductor. More unsettling still, this rhythm appears nowhere else on Earth during polar night. Only Arctantica dances to this mysterious tempo. Russian researchers at Vostok Station documented similar anomalies, though their reports remained classified for nearly 2 decades. When portions were finally declassified in 2019, they revealed something extraordinary. The electromagnetic pulses weren't random, they formed patterns, complex, mathematical sequences that suggested intelligence. Dr. Mikhail Petrov, the lead researcher, wrote in his final report that the patterns resembled a form of communication, though he couldn't determine the source or the intended recipient. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Dr. Sarah Chen, a marine biologist studying deep-sea bioluminescence, was analyzing footage from remotely operated vehicles exploring the waters beneath Arctantica's ice shelf. During polar night, these typically barren underwater landscapes came alive with lights, not the familiar glow of known bioluminescent organisms, but structured patterns of illumination that moved in synchronized waves across the ocean floor. When Chen compared her footage timestamps with Vasquez's electromagnetic readings, the correlation was undeniable. The underwater light displays occurred in perfect synchronization with the magnetic pulses above. 3 separate phenomena, observed by unrelated research teams following identical timing patterns. The odds of this being coincidental were astronomical. The implications grew more complex when historical records surfaced. Ernest Shackleton's expedition journals, archived in the Royal Geographical Society, contained references to peculiar atmospheric disturbances during the polar nights of 1908 and 1909. His descriptions matched the electromagnetic signatures documented by modern instruments with startling accuracy. James Cook's Antarctic voyage records from 1774 mentioned unnatural lights beneath the ice, visible only during the darkest months. Even more intriguing, indigenous stories from the Arctic, thousands of miles from Arctantica, spoke of similar phenomena, suggesting that whatever occurs during polar night might not be limited to the southern continent. The mystery deepened when researchers discovered that certain Antarctic wildlife exhibits behavioral changes that correlate with the electromagnetic pulses. Emperor penguins, typically dormant during polar night, become active in 73-minute cycles. Seals beneath the ice surface in synchronized patterns that match the underwater light displays. Even the continent's microscopic organisms alter their metabolic rhythms to align with the mysterious pulses. It's as if the entire Antarctic ecosystem responds to a signal that science cannot yet explain. Dr. Vasquez's team attempted to decode the electromagnetic patterns using every known mathematical model. The sequences contained elements that resembled prime number progressions, but with variations that followed no terrestrial logic. When they fed the data into computers designed to detect patterns in radio signals from space, the results were unsettling. The patterns shared structural similarities with signals that SETI researchers classify as potentially artificial, but have never been able to fully decode. The most disturbing discovery came in 2021, when a joint American-Russian research team detected something new in the polar night data. The electromagnetic pulses weren't just following their established 73-minute rhythm, they were evolving. The patterns grew more complex each year, as if responding to the increased human presence in Arctantica, or perhaps learning from it. Government responses to these findings have been notably muted. Research funding for polar night studies has been quietly redirected to more practical climate research. Scientists attempting to publish papers on the electromagnetic anomalies face unusual delays in the peer review process. When Dr. Vasquez applied for additional funding to expand her research, the application was denied without explanation. The official reason cited budgetary constraints, but similar applications for conventional Antarctic research received approval. The pattern of institutional silence becomes more significant when viewed alongside recently declassified military documents. Operation Deep Freeze, the U.S. military's Antarctic support operation, includes classified protocols specifically related to polar night phenomena. The documents, heavily redacted, reference anomalous events and communication protocols without providing details, but their existence suggests that official awareness of these phenomena extends far beyond the scientific community. Local researchers have begun to notice something else. The electromagnetic pulses seem to intensify during years when solar activity is at its lowest, as if the absence of solar interference allows something to communicate more clearly. During the solar minimum of 2019 to 2020, the signal strength increased by 300%. The underwater light displays became so bright, they were visible to the naked eye through thin ice. And for the first time in recorded history, similar phenomena were detected at the North Pole. Whatever reveals itself during polar night appears to be expanding its reach. The indigenous peoples of the Arctic have a phrase: "When the sun sleeps, the old ones wake." Perhaps they understood something that modern science is only beginning to discover. In the absolute darkness of polar night, when our world turns its face away from the light that has guided human civilization for millennia, something else steps forward to speak. The question that haunts researchers like Dr. Vasquez isn't whether we're alone in the universe, it's whether we've ever truly been alone at all. The ice-sealed alien artifact. In 1998, a Russian drilling team working 1,800 meters beneath the Arctantican ice sheet struck something that wasn't supposed to exist. The drill bit, designed to cut through millennia of compressed ice, suddenly met resistance unlike anything in their geological surveys. What they extracted from that frozen tomb would challenge everything we understand about human history and our place in the cosmos. The object measured precisely 47 centimeters in length, crafted from a material that defied immediate classification. Its surface bore intricate geometric patterns that seemed to shift depending on the angle of observation, as if the metal itself possessed some form of optical memory. But here's what made seasoned researchers pause in their analysis. Radiocarbon dating placed the artifact at approximately 400,000 years old, predating known human civilization by hundreds of thousands of years. Dr. Elena Vasquez, the metallurgist who first examined the object, documented her findings with meticulous detail. The artifact's composition included elements from the periodic table, yes, but arranged in molecular structures that current science cannot replicate. The metal demonstrated properties that seemed to violate basic physics, maintaining a constant temperature regardless of environmental conditions, and exhibiting what she described as controlled electromagnetic responsiveness. When subjected to various wavelengths of light, the artifact's surface patterns would rearrange themselves, creating new configurations that appeared to follow mathematical principles beyond our current understanding. Each pattern shift seemed deliberate, as if the object were attempting to communicate through geometry itself. Research teams from 14 different countries have since studied the artifact, and their collective findings paint a picture that challenges conventional archaeological timelines. The location of the discovery adds another layer of intrigue. The drilling site sits directly above what ground-penetrating radar has identified as a massive metallic structure, buried even deeper beneath the ice. Seismic readings suggest this structure spans nearly 2 kilometers in diameter, far too large and geometrically precise to be a natural formation. The artifact appears to be just one component of something much larger, something that has been waiting in the frozen darkness for millennia. What makes this discovery particularly compelling is the artifact's apparent activation sequence. When exposed to specific combinations of electromagnetic frequencies, the object begins to emit a low-frequency hum that resonates through solid matter. Dr. Vasquez's team documented over 200 distinct frequency patterns, each producing different responses from the artifact. Some frequencies cause the surface patterns to glow with an inner light, while others seem to activate what can only be described as holographic projections. These projections show star maps, but not from any earthly perspective. The constellations depicted don't match our current night sky, nor do they align with any historical astronomical records. Computer analysis suggests these maps represent views from a point in space roughly 200 light-years from Earth toward the constellation Lyra. The implications are staggering. Either this artifact originated from beyond our solar system, or it was created by beings with knowledge of stellar positions impossible for ancient Earth civilizations to possess. The Russian government initially classified all findings related to the artifact, but leaked documents reveal the extent of international interest. Teams from NASA, the European Space Agency, and several private research organizations have conducted clandestine studies. Each investigation has yielded more questions than answers, as if the artifact reveals its secrets in carefully measured doses. One of the most disturbing aspects of the discovery involves the artifact's biological responses. When human tissue comes into direct contact with the object, cellular activity increases dramatically. DNA samples taken from researchers who handled the artifact show temporary modifications to previously inactive gene sequences. These changes reverse themselves within weeks, but the implications suggest the artifact somehow interfaces with human biology at a genetic level. Dr. James Morton, a geneticist who studied these biological effects, noted that the activated gene sequences don't match any known human genetic patterns. They appear to be instructions for producing proteins that human cells cannot synthesize, as if our genetic code contains dormant blueprints for capabilities we don't currently possess. The artifact seems to recognize and respond to these hidden aspects of human biology. The deeper researchers dig into the artifact's origins, the more they uncover evidence of similar objects scattered across the globe. Cave paintings in Australia, dating back 40,000 years, depict objects with identical geometric patterns. Mayan codices reference sky metal that speaks in light and shadow. Even more recently, deep-sea exploration has uncovered metallic fragments with molecular structures matching the Arctantican artifact. This growing body of evidence suggests we're not dealing with a single anomalous object, but rather components of a vast network of artifacts planted across Earth throughout history. Each piece seems designed to activate only when humanity reaches certain technological capabilities, as if following a predetermined schedule of revelation. The most recent development in the artifact's study involves its response to digital technology. When connected to computer systems, the object begins transmitting data in complex binary sequences. These transmissions contain mathematical formulas that describe technologies decades ahead of our current capabilities, including theoretical frameworks for faster-than-light travel and energy manipulation techniques that could revolutionize physics. Yet for all its technological sophistication, the artifact seems to be waiting for something. Its responses grow more frequent and complex as our own technology advances, suggesting it's monitoring human development with patient precision. Some researchers theorize the artifact serves as a kind of cosmic milestone marker, designed to activate fully only when humanity demonstrates readiness for contact with its creators. The ice-sealed artifact remains in secure storage, its secrets parceled out to researchers worldwide through carefully controlled access protocols. Each study session yields new discoveries, new questions, and new implications for humanity's understanding of its place in the universe. The geometric patterns continue to shift, the frequency responses grow more complex, and the biological interactions become more pronounced. Deep beneath the Arctantican ice, something vast and ancient continues to wait, its presence detected but not yet fully revealed. The artifact may be merely an invitation, a preliminary test of human readiness for a revelation that could transform our understanding of existence itself. Whatever intelligence created this object has been watching, waiting, and preparing for a moment in human history that may be closer than we realize. Evidence of ancient cartography. A 14th century monastery in Constantinople held secrets that would challenge everything we thought we knew about polar exploration. When scholars finally gained access to the Piri Reis collection in 1929, they discovered something that shouldn't have existed: maps of Arctantica's coastline, drawn centuries before any recorded expedition reached the frozen continent. The cartographer's ink had faded, but the precision remained startling. Coastlines that wouldn't be officially charted until the 1950s appeared in meticulous detail on parchment that predated Columbus. The maps showed bays, inlets, and mountain ranges with an accuracy that modern satellite imagery would later confirm. Yet, according to conventional history, Arctantica remained untouched by human eyes until 1820. Dr. Elena Vasquez first encountered these anomalous charts while researching medieval trade routes at the Vatican's secret archives. What began as routine academic work became something far more unsettling when she realized the implications of what lay before her. The maps weren't just accurate, they depicted Arctantica without ice. The coastlines matched perfectly with recent ground-penetrating radar surveys that revealed the continent's bedrock topology. Mountain peaks appeared in their correct positions, but drawn as if visible above sea level. Rivers flowed where scientists had only recently discovered subglacial waterways. The level of detail suggested not just knowledge, but direct observation of a continent that had been ice-free. Carbon dating placed the parchment at approximately 1380 CE, during the height of the medieval warm period. Yet even accounting for climatic variations, Arctantica's ice sheet should have been largely intact. The continent had been frozen for millions of years, locked beneath miles of accumulated snow and ice. No medieval expedition could have mapped these features. The cartographic style matched known works from the Library of Alexandria, suggesting the maps were copies of even older originals. Marginalia in ancient Greek referenced the southern lands beyond the pillars of ice and detailed sailing instructions for navigating treacherous polar waters. Notes described seasonal wind patterns and warned of the singing ice that calls ships to their doom. Professor James Whitmore, a specialist in ancient navigation techniques, spent 3 years analyzing the technical aspects of these charts. The projection methods used mathematical principles that weren't officially developed until the 16th century. Longueuil calculations appeared accurate to within modern standards, despite medieval sailors having no reliable method for determining east-west position at sea. More troubling still, the maps showed features that no longer exist. Islands appeared where modern charts show only ocean. Mountain ranges extended beyond current coastal boundaries. Harbor entrances opened where today solid ice walls meet the sea. The cartographers had somehow documented a different Arctantica entirely. Comparison with other historical maps revealed a pattern of selective knowledge. The mysterious charts appeared in isolation, surrounded by otherwise typical medieval geographical understanding. The same manuscripts that accurately depicted Arctantica's hidden coastline showed Europe and Asia with standard medieval inaccuracies. The precision seemed reserved exclusively for the polar continent. Recent archaeological discoveries have added new dimensions to this puzzle. Inuit oral traditions, recorded by 19th century explorers, describe ancestors who traded with the people of the southern ice. Elders spoke of return journeys that took many seasons of darkness, suggesting contact with Arctantica during its winter months. These accounts, dismissed as folklore for over a century, now carry different weight. The implications extend beyond navigation. If accurate maps of ice-free Arctantica existed in medieval times, entire chapters of human history require rewriting. The advanced civilizations necessary to conduct such precise cartographic surveys would have possessed technologies that officially didn't exist. Navigation instruments, ship construction techniques, and preservation methods would have far exceeded conventional medieval capabilities. Dr. Vasquez's research revealed additional anomalies in the map's construction. The ink contained mineral compounds not found in European sources, suggesting materials obtained from distant locations. Microscopic analysis revealed plant fibers in the parchment that matched species found only in polar regions. The maps themselves appeared to be artifacts of the places they depicted. Climate scientists initially dismissed the maps as medieval fantasy, but ice core data has begun supporting their accuracy. Drill samples from various Arctantican locations show atmospheric conditions consistent with partially ice-free periods within the last millennium. Localized warming events, invisible to broader climate records, might have temporarily exposed coastal areas. The most unsettling discovery came from comparing the ancient maps with modern classified military surveys. Certain features marked on the medieval charts matched submarine sonar readings that had never been made public. Underground harbor structures appeared in both sources, suggesting the ancient cartographers had documented installations that modern explorers were only beginning to rediscover. Contemporary attempts to trace the map's origins have met with institutional resistance. Several universities have restricted access to similar documents, citing preservation concerns. Government agencies have classified related research under national security protocols. The pattern suggests these cartographic anomalies represent more than academic curiosities. The sailing instructions included with the maps describe navigation techniques that shouldn't have been possible with medieval technology. References to the star compass that follows the Southern Crown suggest astronomical navigation methods using constellation patterns visible only from polar latitudes. Detailed tidal calculations account for factors that modern oceanographers struggle to predict. Perhaps most intriguingly, the maps appear to be incomplete. Notations reference additional charts showing the inner passages and the warming waters beneath. These supplementary documents have never been located, though references to their existence appear in various historical sources. The question remains whether complete sets of these impossible maps still exist, hidden in archives around the world. The evidence suggests medieval access to geographical knowledge that conventional history cannot explain. Whether through advanced indigenous navigation networks, contact with unknown civilizations, or technologies lost to time, someone was accurately mapping Arctantica centuries before its official discovery. The frozen continent holds secrets that extend far beyond its current ice-covered surface, and these ancient charts may be our only remaining guide to understanding what lies buried beneath the polar ice. Imprints of prehistoric giants. Deep within Arctantica's permafrost, something extraordinary waits in the ice. Footprints, not just any footprints, massive impressions that dwarf anything we know from the modern world. These aren't the delicate traces of penguins or the heavy tread of modern explorers. These are the preserved steps of giants. Dr. Marina Volkov first encountered them in 2019, drilling core samples near the Transarctan Mountains. What she pulled from the ice that day challenged everything she thought she knew about prehistoric life. The impressions were pristine, locked in permafrost for millennia, showing every detail of what had once pressed into ancient mud before the Great Freeze came. The footprints measure nearly 18 inches in length. The stride pattern suggests creatures standing over 12 feet tall, moving with a gait that defies easy classification. Too large for any known primate, too structured for any recorded reptile. Yet there they are, preserved with the kind of clarity that only Arctantica's deep freeze can provide. What makes these discoveries particularly unsettling is their age. Carbon dating of organic material found within the same ice layers suggests these impressions are roughly 40,000 years old, predating any known human presence in the region by tens of thousands of years. The implications ripple outward like cracks in ice. If these measurements are accurate, then something massive was walking across Arctantica's landscape when the continent was still partially temperate, before the ice sheets claimed it entirely. The preservation is remarkable. Individual toe impressions show what appears to be webbed digits, suggesting amphibious capabilities. The depth of the prints indicates creatures weighing upwards of 2,000 pounds, moving across terrain that would have been marshy tundra in the warmer climate of prehistoric Arctantica. But weight distribution analysis reveals something even more intriguing. These weren't lumbering beasts. The spacing and depth variations suggest creatures capable of running, possibly even sophisticated locomotion. Dr. Volkov's team has documented over 200 individual prints across a 5-mile stretch of exposed permafrost. The trails suggest multiple individuals, possibly traveling in groups. Some prints show overlap patterns, indicating social behavior, one creature following directly in another's footsteps, the way elephants move in single file through difficult terrain. But the scientific community remains divided. Paleontologist Dr. James Whitmore argues the prints represent a previously unknown species of giant ground sloth, creatures that once roamed the southern continents when they were connected as part of Gondwana. His measurements suggest body proportions consistent with megafauna that went extinct during the last ice age. Yet other researchers find discrepancies that don't fit known evolutionary patterns. The toe arrangements show opposable digits, suggesting tool use capabilities. Scratch marks alongside several prints indicate the creatures may have used implements, carved wood or shaped stone, to probe the ground ahead of them as they walked. The indigenous peoples of the far north have stories that suddenly seem less like folklore and more like inherited memory. The Inuit speak of Tornarsuk, giant spirits that once walked the earth before the Great Cold came. The Chukchi tell of Kele, massive beings who could reshape the landscape with their footsteps. These oral traditions, passed down through generations, describe creatures matching the size and behavior patterns suggested by the physical evidence. What's particularly fascinating is the geographic distribution. Similar impressions have been found at 3 separate sites across Arctantica, separated by hundreds of miles. This suggests not isolated populations, but a species with significant range and mobility. The creatures appear to have traveled established routes, possibly seasonal migration patterns, that connected different parts of the continent. Dr. Elizabeth Chen, a biomechanics expert from Uppsala University, has created digital reconstructions based on the footprint data. Her models suggest bipedal creatures with elongated limbs, possibly adapted for both terrestrial and aquatic environments. The bone density calculations indicate creatures that could dive to significant depths, possibly feeding on marine life in the shallow seas that once bordered Arctantica. The preservation includes more than just footprints. Embedded within the same ice layers are fragments of what appears to be worked stone-shaped tools showing deliberate modification. The tool marks on these artifacts match perfectly with the estimated fingerspan of the creatures that left the prints. We're looking at evidence of intelligence, possibly even primitive technology. Recent analysis using ground-penetrating radar has revealed the prints extend deeper into the permafrost than initially thought. Some trails disappear into unexplored ice layers, suggesting these creatures may have inhabited the region for far longer than the surface evidence indicates. The deepest confirmed prints date back nearly 100,000 years, pushing the timeline of their existence well into the Pleistocene epoch. The implications reach beyond paleontology. If creatures of this size and apparent intelligence once inhabited Arctantica, what happened to them? Climate change offers one explanation. As the ice sheets advanced, their habitat would have shrunk dramatically. But some researchers propose more dramatic scenarios. Mass extinction events, possibly connected to cosmic impacts or volcanic activity, could have eliminated entire populations within relatively short timeframes. The mystery deepens when considering the preservation itself. Permafrost typically destroys organic matter over such extended periods, yet these impressions remain remarkably intact. Some scientists suggest the creatures may have been preserved by rapid freezing events, possibly connected to sudden climate shifts that locked entire ecosystems in ice within decades rather than centuries. Dr. A. Koren-Siffens. Volkov's team continues extracting core samples from new locations, following the trail systems deeper into Arctantica's interior. Each new sample reveals additional details about creatures that once walked where now only wind disturbs the endless white. The footprints tell a story of life, intelligence, and ultimately disappearance on a scale that challenges our understanding of prehistoric ecosystems. The giants of Arctantica remain silent in their frozen testimony, but their footsteps echo across time, leaving us to wonder what other secrets lie buried beneath the ice, waiting for the right moment to emerge into the light. The secretive polar research bases. When Operation Deep Freeze officially ended in 1959, the world was told that international cooperation had replaced military secrecy in polar research. Yet, according to classified budget documents obtained through Freedom of Information requests, funding for undisclosed Antarctic installations has increased by 340% since 2010. The math doesn't align with publicly acknowledged science stations. Dr. Elena Vasquez spent 3 years analyzing satellite imagery for the International Antarctic Treaty System, Her job was straightforward: monitor compliance with the environmental protocols that govern the continent. What she found instead were thermal signatures that shouldn't exist, appearing and disappearing from remote sectors where no research stations were supposed to operate. The heat blooms were massive, she explained in a 2018 interview before her contract was terminated. Something was generating enormous amounts of energy beneath the ice, far from any known installation. When I brought this to my supervisors, they told me it was classified beyond my clearance level. The Antarctic Treaty of 1959 specifically prohibits military activities on the continent. Every signatory nation agreed to use Antarctica exclusively for peaceful scientific purposes. Yet former NSA contractor William Morrison, who worked on polar communication systems between 1994 and 2003, describes installations that bear no resemblance to typical research facilities. The construction crews were all military personnel with specialized security clearances. Morrison revealed in leaked audio recordings, they weren't building weather stations or biology labs. These were hardened facilities designed to withstand more than just Antarctic storms. Morrison's account describes projects designated with codenames like Frozen Echo and Depth Charge, operations that required communication equipment capable of penetrating dozens of meters of ice and rock. The official records show no such operations ever existed. Between 2015 and 2019, 17 researchers working at various Antarctic stations reported unusual aircraft activity over supposedly uninhabited regions. Dr. Sarah Chen, a glaciologist with the British Antarctic Survey, documented flights of unmarked aircraft landing at coordinates where no airstrips appear on any official maps. The flight patterns were regular, almost scheduled, Chen noted in her personal journal, portions of which were later leaked online. Every 2 weeks, the same aircraft would disappear beyond the Transantarctic Mountains. When we requested permission to investigate the landing sites, we were told the areas were off-limits due to unstable ice conditions. Meteorological data from the periods in question shows no unusual ice instability in those regions. The secrecy extends beyond hidden installations to the research being conducted within them. Dr. Marcus Webb, who worked as a climatologist at McMurdo Station from 2008 to 2016, describes colleagues who would arrive for short-term assignments with no clear scientific objectives. These researchers worked in isolated sections of the base, used separate communication systems, and departed without publishing any findings. They had all the equipment and clearances of legitimate scientists, Webb explained in testimony before a congressional subcommittee on Antarctic oversight. But they weren't studying ice cores or atmospheric conditions. Their equipment was designed for deep drilling operations, far deeper than any climate research requires. Congressional records show that Webb's testimony was classified immediately after his appearance, and the subcommittee's findings were never released to the public. The deep drilling operations Webb described align with reports from multiple sources suggesting that some Antarctic installations are designed to reach depths of over 2 kilometers beneath the ice sheet. This level of excavation far exceeds the requirements for most scientific research, yet the power consumption data obtained through satellite monitoring confirms the presence of industrial-scale drilling equipment at several undisclosed locations. Former logistics coordinator Janet Torres, who managed supply shipments to Antarctic research stations for 12 years, describes cargo manifests that don't match standard scientific equipment. Her records show shipments of specialized machinery, communication arrays, and construction materials sufficient for building facilities designed to house hundreds of personnel. The shipping manifests were often partially redacted, Torres revealed in a 2020 interview. We deliver equipment to coordinates that weren't on any of our official station maps. The receiving teams would unload everything quickly and escort us away from the drop sites immediately. What makes these installations particularly mysterious is their apparent independence from conventional supply chains. Several researchers have reported self-sufficient facilities that operate year-round without the regular resupply missions that keep other Antarctic stations functional. This suggests either advanced resource extraction capabilities or energy generation systems that exceed anything publicly acknowledged. The personnel staffing these secretive installations present their own puzzle. Background checks on individuals identified in leaked documents reveal expertise in fields ranging from advanced physics to xenobiology, disciplines that have no obvious application to traditional Antarctic research. Many of these personnel previously worked on classified projects for defense contractors or government agencies with no stated interest in polar science. Dr. Paul Reinhardt, a former physicist with Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, appeared on shipping manifests for Antarctic deployments, despite never being officially associated with any polar research program. When contacted for comment, Reinhardt's former colleagues confirmed that his expertise involved material science and energy systems, knowledge that seems disconnected from typical Antarctic research priorities. The communication blackouts that regularly affect these hidden installations suggest operational security measures that exceed those used at conventional research stations. Amateur radio operators have detected encrypted transmissions originating from coordinates that correspond to these mysterious facilities, communications that use protocols typically reserved for military operations. What remains most unsettling is the systematic denial of access to these installations by researchers who should have every right to investigate them under international treaty agreements. Multiple scientific organizations have submitted formal requests to study these facilities, only to be told that they don't exist or that access is restricted for safety reasons that are never clearly explained. The Antarctic Treaty System was designed to ensure that the continent remained open to international scientific cooperation, free from the military secrecy that governs other remote regions. Yet the evidence suggests that portions of Antarctica have become testing grounds for projects that operate entirely outside the treaty's transparency requirements. Within this frozen wilderness, surrounded by thousands of kilometers of ice, these installations continue their unnamed experiments, their purposes hidden behind layers of classification that may never be fully penetrated. The silence of the polar night conceals whatever discoveries or developments emerge from these secretive facilities, leaving us to wonder what knowledge lies buried beneath the ice and why some questions about Antarctic research remain permanently unanswered. The enigmatic glacial drift patterns. For decades, glaciologists have tracked the movement of Arctantica's ice sheets with the precision of clockwork, expecting the predictable flow of frozen rivers toward the sea. The mathematics seemed settled. Ice follows gravity, seeks the path of least resistance, moves in patterns that textbooks could map with confidence. Then came the anomalies. Dr. Elena Vasquez first noticed them in 2019 while analyzing satellite data from the Ron ice shelf. She was comparing movement patterns across a 15-year span when something stopped her cold. 3 separate glacial streams, each weighing billions of tons, had changed direction by nearly 40 degrees over the course of 18 months. Not gradually, suddenly. Ice doesn't just decide to turn, she told her research team at the International Glaciology Conference that year. There has to be a mechanism. But when they searched for that mechanism, they found nothing. No seismic activity, no volcanic warming, no underlying topography that could explain such dramatic redirection. The ice had simply chosen a new path. The Vasquez anomaly, as it came to be known, wasn't isolated. Within 2 years, similar patterns emerged across the continent. The Ross ice shelf exhibited circular drift patterns that formed near-perfect spirals when viewed from above. The Larsen ice shelf developed what researchers began calling braided streams, multiple glacial flows that wove around each other like frozen rivers following an invisible current. Most disturbing were the convergence points. In at least 7 documented locations, glacial streams that had flowed in opposite directions for millennia suddenly began moving toward common destinations, not toward the ocean, as physics would predict, but toward specific inland coordinates that held no obvious significance. Remote sensing couldn't penetrate deep enough to reveal what lay beneath those convergence points. The ice was too thick, too dense, too purposeful. Dr. Marcus Webb, a veteran glaciologist with 30 years of Antarctic research, described the phenomenon during a classified briefing to the National Science Foundation. His words, obtained through a leaked transcript, carried an unusual weight. We're observing behavior that suggests the ice is responding to something we cannot detect, something that operates according to principles we don't yet understand. The implications troubled the scientific community. If glacial movement could change so dramatically without warning, then sea level predictions, climate models, and coastal planning efforts around the world were built on unstable foundations. But admitting that publicly would create panic among populations living in vulnerable coastal regions. so the research continued quietly. In 2021, a joint European-American expedition established monitoring stations at 3 of the convergence points. They deployed ground-penetrating radar, seismic sensors, and thermal imaging equipment. For 6 months, they recorded data continuously, hoping to capture the moment when a glacial stream changed direction. They didn't have to wait long. On March 15th, at 3:47 a.m. local time, sensors detected what the team's report described as subsurface acoustic phenomena, sounds originating from deep beneath the ice. The frequencies were too low for human hearing, but when processed through computer analysis, they revealed complex harmonic patterns that lasted for exactly 11 minutes and 37 seconds. During those 11 minutes, the Beardmore Glacier shifted its flow by 23 degrees. The acoustic signatures defied easy categorization. They weren't geological. No earthquake or volcanic activity produced such sustained, organized frequencies. They weren't meteorological. No weather phenomenon could generate sounds from 3 kilometers below the surface. They weren't mechanical. No known human activity could create such precise harmonic progressions. Yet they preceded every documented glacial redirection. Dr. Patricia Holloway, a marine geologist who specialized in subglacial environments, proposed a hypothesis that her colleagues received with uncomfortable silence. During a closed-door session at the 2022 Arctic Science Summit, she presented evidence suggesting that Arctantica's glacial movements were responding to what she termed directed acoustic guidance. Her theory hinged on a disturbing observation. The subsurface sounds weren't random. They followed mathematical patterns that corresponded to the golden ratio, the same proportion found in nautilus shells, flower petals, and galaxy formations. The sounds appeared to be designed. Natural phenomena don't organize themselves according to mathematical constants, she argued. When we observe such precision, we're typically looking at intelligence. The question becomes, what form of intelligence operates 3 kilometers beneath the ice? The research teams deployed hydrophones into the subglacial lakes, hoping to capture clearer recordings of the acoustic phenomena. What they found challenged their understanding of Arctantica's hidden ecosystem. The sounds weren't coming from the bedrock, they were coming from the water itself. Analysis of the hydrophone data revealed that the acoustic signatures originated from numerous points within the vast network of subglacial lakes that exist beneath the ice sheet. These lakes, long thought to be isolated and sterile, appeared to be communicating with each other through coordinated sound pulses that somehow influenced the movement of the ice above. The water temperatures in these lakes should have been near freezing, yet thermal readings indicated pockets of unusual warmth coinciding with the acoustic events. Something was generating both sound and heat from within the darkness of Arctantica's hidden ocean. More troubling still, the acoustic patterns were growing more frequent. By late 2022, monitoring stations detected the subsurface sounds every few days rather than every few months. The glacial redirections were becoming more pronounced, more coordinated. Ice streams that had never intersected were now flowing toward each other, creating convergence points that formed geometric patterns visible from orbit. The most recent satellite imagery reveals glacial movements that trace what can only be described as symbols across the landscape, symbols that become clearer as more ice streams join the pattern, symbols that suggest a purpose behind the seemingly random changes in glacial flow. The scientific community remains divided. Some researchers insist that unknown geological processes must be responsible for the acoustic phenomena and the corresponding glacial movements. Others quietly acknowledge that the patterns suggest something far more complex than simple geology. What lies beneath 3 kilometers of ice, generating sounds that redirect billions of tons of glacial flow according to mathematical principles. What intelligence operates in the darkness of Arctantica's subglacial realm, slowly but deliberately reshaping the continent's frozen landscape. The glaciers continue their enigmatic dance, following paths that make sense only to whatever guides them from below. And with each passing season, the patterns become more distinct, more purposeful, more deliberate. The ice is writing something across the face of the continent. We just haven't learned to read its language yet. Whispers of the Silver-Helm creatures. The research station's medical officer didn't expect to file 7 separate reports about the same impossible encounter. But between March and September of 2019, 7 different crew members described meeting figures on the ice that defied every rational explanation they could muster. Each account followed an eerily similar pattern. The witnesses, experienced polar researchers, not prone to flights of fancy, described humanoid forms moving across the ice fields during the perpetual twilight of the polar seasons. What made these encounters so unsettling wasn't just the figures themselves, but their skin. Every witness used the same word, silver. Not gray, not pale, but silver. Reflective, almost luminous against the endless white expanse. Dr. Elena Vasquez was the first to submit a formal report. A glaciologist with 15 years of polar experience, she encountered 3 of these beings while conducting routine ice core sampling 2 miles from base camp. Her description, filed with characteristic scientific precision, noted beings approximately 6 feet in height, moving with what she termed fluid coordination across terrain that would challenge even the most experienced polar explorer. The beings wore no visible protection against the -40-degree temperatures, no parkas, no goggles, no equipment of any kind. They moved barefoot across ice that would cause frostbite in minutes. When Dr. Vasquez called out, they turned toward her in perfect unison, revealing faces that she described as familiar yet impossible to place. Then they simply walked away, disappearing into a landscape that offered no concealment. 3 weeks later, communications specialist James Chen filed an almost identical report. He'd been adjusting the satellite array when he noticed movement in his peripheral vision. 3 figures, silver-skinned, moving across the ice with that same impossible grace. This time, Chen managed to grab his camera. The photographs he took show the vast ice field clearly, but the figures appear only as strange distortions in the image, silver streaks that seem to bend light around them. The pattern continued. Marine biologist Dr. Sarah Kim, meteorologist Hans Bergstrom, equipment engineer Maria Santos, each encountered the silver-skinned beings during routine work outside the station. Each filed reports that matched the others in every significant detail. Each struggled to explain what they'd witnessed. The station commander, Captain Robert Hayes, initially attributed the reports to the psychological strain of polar isolation. Extended periods in the harsh environment can trigger hallucinations, a well-documented phenomenon among polar researchers. But Hayes changed his assessment after his own encounter in late August. He'd been leading a search party for missing equipment when they crested a ridge overlooking a vast ice valley. Below them, dozens of the silver-skinned beings moved across the ice in what Hayes described as purposeful formation. They seemed to be following specific paths, though the ice showed no visible trails or markers. Hayes observed them through binoculars for nearly 20 minutes before they gradually dispersed, each figure walking in a different direction until they vanished from sight. The indigenous Inuit populations of the Arctic have stories that span generations about the Silhouette beings of the ice who appear during the long polar nights. These oral traditions describe creatures with skin like polished metal who move through blizzards as easily as calm air. The Silhouette, according to these stories, are neither harmful nor helpful. They simply exist, moving through the Arctic landscape with purposes unknown to human observers. Dr. Margaret Thorne, an anthropologist who has studied Arctic indigenous cultures for 3 decades, points out striking parallels between these traditional accounts and the modern sightings. The descriptions of silver skin, the fluid movement across ice, the tendency to appear in small groups, all these elements appear consistently in Inuit stories dating back centuries, but the scientific community remains deeply divided. Psychologist Dr. David Morrison argues that the consistency of the reports actually supports a psychological explanation. Groups isolated in extreme environments often develop shared delusions, particularly when initial accounts influence later witnesses. The silver-skinned beings, he suggests, represent a collective manifestation of the anxiety and displacement that researchers feel in the hostile polar environment. Yet the physical evidence presents complications for the psychological theory. Ground-penetrating radar surveys conducted after several sightings detected unusual thermal signatures in the ice areas, where the temperature was measurably higher than surrounding regions, forming patterns that matched the described movement paths of the beings. These thermal anomalies persisted for days after the sightings, gradually fading as the ice returned to ambient temperature. More puzzling still, are the ice samples collected from areas where the beings were observed. Standard isotope analysis revealed compositions that don't match any known Arctic ice formation. The samples contained trace elements typically found in deep ocean sediment, yet they were collected from the surface of ice formations that haven't been exposed to seawater for thousands of years. The mystery deepened when researchers discovered that similar encounters have been reported from polar research stations across the Arctic. Facilities in Greenland, northern Canada, and Siberia have all filed reports describing silver-skinned beings moving across the ice. The accounts span different nations, different research organizations, different languages, yet the descriptions remain remarkably consistent. National security agencies have taken notice. Declassified documents from the Canadian Arctic Research Council reveal that unusual encounters with unidentified Arctic inhabitants have been documented since the 1970s. The reports describe beings that match the silver-skinned figures in every significant detail, though the earlier documents focused more on their apparent immunity to extreme cold than their unusual appearance. Dr. Amoin Civilagiv, 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 Dr. Amoin Civil. Vasquez, now back at her university position, continues to study ice samples from her encounter site. Recent analysis revealed microscopic structures in the ice that don't match any known crystalline formation. Under electron microscopy, these structures appear almost organic, like fossilized cells frozen in formations that shouldn't exist. The beings themselves remain elusive. No clear photographs exist. No specimens have been collected. No communication has been established. They appear, move across the ice with their strange fluid grace, and disappear into a landscape that offers no obvious shelter or concealment. Are they hallucinations born from the psychological stress of polar isolation? Undiscovered life forms adapted to extreme cold? Visitors from somewhere else entirely? The silver-skinned beings leave behind only questions, thermal anomalies, and the unsettling certainty that something moves through the Arctic ice fields that science cannot yet explain. The reports continue to accumulate, each one adding another piece to a puzzle that grows more complex with every encounter. Frozen geological time capsules. Deep beneath Antarctica's ice sheets, research teams have uncovered organisms that died millions of years ago, yet remain so perfectly preserved they appear to have died yesterday. These discoveries challenge fundamental assumptions about evolutionary timelines and raise questions that paleontologists are still struggling to answer. Dr. Elena Vasquez first encountered this phenomenon in 2019 while drilling core samples near the Transantarctic Mountains. What she found defied her 30 years of experience studying ancient life forms. Embedded in ice layers dating back 15 million years were plant specimens with cellular structures intact, their DNA still viable for analysis. The preservation was so complete that individual cell walls remained undamaged, as if the organisms had been flash frozen in an instant. These aren't the typical fossilized remains that scientists expect to find. Fossils preserve the shape and structure of ancient life, but the biological material itself has long since been replaced by minerals. What's emerging from Antarctica's depths are actual organic specimens, their original biological components preserved in a state that shouldn't be possible given conventional understanding of decomposition and time. The implications ripple through multiple scientific disciplines. Carbon dating places some specimens at ages that contradict established evolutionary timelines. A flowering plant discovered in 2021 contained pollen grains that match no known species, yet the ice surrounding it dates to a period when such complex flora supposedly didn't exist in polar regions. The plant's cellular structure suggests adaptations to extreme cold that modern Antarctic-adjacent species lack, despite millions of years of additional evolution. Marine biologist Dr. James Crawford has documented similar anomalies in microscopic sea life extracted from ancient ice. Diatoms, Tiny algae that form the base of marine food chains show features that seem almost engineered for survival in conditions far more extreme than anything they would have encountered in ancient oceans. Their silicone shells display geometric patterns that don't match any known evolutionary progression, suggesting either rapid adaptive leaps or environmental pressures that left no other geological record. The preservation method itself remains unexplained. Standard freezing processes create ice crystals that puncture cell walls, destroying the very structures these specimens retain. Yet something in Antarctica's unique conditions created a preservation state that maintains cellular integrity across geological timespans. Some researchers theorize about rapid climate events that flash froze entire ecosystems, while others point to unknown chemical processes in the ice that prevented normal decomposition. Temperature readings from the ice surrounding these specimens reveal fluctuations that don't align with established climate models. The ice layers show evidence of temperatures dropping far below what atmospheric reconstruction suggests was possible during those time periods. This has led some scientists to propose that Antarctica experienced localized climate events independent of global patterns, creating isolated pockets of extreme preservation. Dr. Maria Santos, a molecular biologist studying DNA extracted from these specimens, has identified genetic sequences that appear in no current databases. The genetic material shows remarkable stability, lacking the degradation patterns expected in ancient biological samples. More puzzling still, some sequences suggest connections between vastly different species that shouldn't share genetic markers according to accepted evolutionary relationships. The discovery of intact amino acid chains in 20-million-year-old specimens forced a complete revision of biochemical preservation theories. These protein structures should have broken down within centuries, not millennia. Their persistence suggests either unknown preservation mechanisms or fundamental gaps in understanding how biological molecules behave under extreme cold over extended time periods. Research teams have also uncovered evidence of complex ecosystems preserved in their entirety. Microscopic predators contain prey species in their digestive systems, creating snapshots of ancient food webs frozen at the moment of consumption. These ecological relationships reveal species interactions that don't fit current models of ancient polar environments, suggesting Antarctica once hosted biodiversity levels comparable to temperate regions. The geographical distribution of these finds adds another layer of mystery. Specimens of identical species appear in ice layers separated by hundreds of kilometers, yet the preservation quality varies dramatically between sites. Some areas yield near-perfect specimens, while others contain only fragments, despite similar ice conditions and ages. This uneven distribution suggests localized events that affected specific regions while leaving others untouched. Atmospheric scientist Dr. Robert Chen has analyzed gas bubbles trapped alongside these specimens, revealing atmospheric compositions that don't match ice core data from the same time periods. The oxygen levels suggest different atmospheric conditions than those recorded in traditional climate research, raising questions about the accuracy of current paleoclimate reconstructions. The specimens themselves tell stories of adaptation and survival that rewrite understanding of life's resilience. Bacteria found in 40-million-year-old ice layers show cellular modifications that appear designed for extreme longevity, as if they were preparing for extended dormancy. When reactivated in laboratory conditions, some specimens resumed biological activity, suggesting that the boundary between life and death may be more fluid than previously understood. These discoveries arrive at a crucial time for climate science. As modern Antarctica faces unprecedented warming, the ice layers containing these specimens are becoming increasingly accessible, but also increasingly vulnerable. Research teams race against time to document and extract specimens before the ice that preserved them for millions of years finally yields to contemporary climate change. The broader implications extend beyond paleontology into astrobiology and the search for life beyond Earth. If life can be preserved in such pristine condition for millions of years in Antarctic ice, similar preservation might be possible on other worlds. The discovery methods being developed for accessing these specimens could inform future missions to Mars or the ice-covered moons of Jupiter and Saturn. Each specimen extracted from Antarctica's depths represents a direct connection to ecosystems that existed when the continent was green and warm. They provide glimpses of evolutionary experiments that succeeded for millions of years before disappearing from the fossil record. Yet their perfect preservation in ice suggests that disappearance may be less final than previously thought, and that Antarctica holds a library of ancient life forms still waiting to tell their stories. The questions these specimens raise about preservation, evolution, and the nature of life itself ensure that Antarctica's frozen geological time capsules will continue challenging scientific understanding for generations to come. The riddle of the kaleidoscope crystals. Deep beneath the frozen surface of Arctantica's most remote glacial lakes, something extraordinary has been quietly forming for millennia. These aren't ordinary ice formations or simple mineral deposits. They're crystals that seem to capture and bend light in ways that defy conventional explanation. Structures so geometrically perfect and optically complex that researchers have taken to calling them kaleidoscope crystals. The first documented discovery came in 2019 when Dr. Fowry of the Fowry. Elena Vasquez was conducting routine ice core sampling at Lake Ellsworth. Her drill hit something unexpected at 43 meters down. Instead of the usual layers of compressed ice and sediment, she encountered a hollow chamber filled with what appeared to be liquid water. But when she lowered her fiber optic camera into the cavity, the images that came back left her speechless. Suspended in the dark water were crystalline formations unlike anything in geological textbooks. Each structure appeared to be composed of hundreds of faceted segments, arranged in patterns that created prisms within prisms. When Dr. Vasquez's light source hit them, the crystals didn't simply reflect or refract the beam, they seemed to multiply it, creating cascading rainbows that danced through the water with an almost hypnotic quality. The optical properties alone would have been remarkable enough to warrant scientific attention, but what truly puzzled the research team was the crystal's apparent uniformity. Despite forming in isolation, separated by kilometers of solid ice, each kaleidoscope crystal they discovered shared identical structural characteristics. The mathematical precision was unsettling. Nature rarely produces such perfect geometric consistency across vast distances without some underlying organizing principle. Dr. Marcus Chen, a crystallographer from MIT who joined the expedition in 2020, spent months analyzing samples retrieved from 17 different lake sites. His findings challenged everything he thought he knew about crystal formation. The internal structure of these formations suggested they had grown not through traditional mineral deposition, but through some unknown process that operated at the molecular level with unprecedented accuracy. The chemical composition presented another puzzle. While the crystals appeared to be primarily composed of common ice polymorphs, they contained trace elements that shouldn't exist in such concentrations at these depths. Rare earth minerals, typically found only in deep geological formations, were somehow incorporated into the crystal matrix. Even more intriguing were the isotopic signatures. Some of the elements showed decay patterns that implied they were far older than the ice layers surrounding them. Carbon dating attempts yielded contradictory results. Some samples suggested the crystals were approximately 12,000 years old, placing their formation at the end of the last ice age. Others returned dates that pushed back much further, into periods when Arctantica's climate was fundamentally different from today. A few samples couldn't be dated at all, as if they existed outside normal temporal parameters. The crystal's behavior under laboratory conditions added another layer of mystery. When exposed to varying temperatures, they didn't melt or sublimate as expected. Instead, they appeared to phase shift, their internal structure reorganizing itself to maintain optical coherence. Dr. Chen described watching one sample transform its geometry in real time, as if the crystal was adapting to preserve its light-bending properties. Even more unsettling were the acoustic properties researchers began documenting. When subjected to specific frequencies, the crystals produced harmonic resonances that seemed to follow mathematical sequences. Dr. Sarah Feng, an acoustic specialist who joined the team in 2021, recorded patterns that resembled musical scales, but with intervals that existed between conventional notes. The sounds were barely audible to human ears, existing primarily in frequency ranges that required specialized equipment to detect. The deeper they dug, both literally and figuratively, the more questions emerged. Satellite thermal imaging revealed that the lakes containing these crystals maintained slightly higher temperatures than surrounding areas. The difference was minimal, often less than a degree, but consistent enough to suggest the crystals were somehow generating or conducting heat in ways that defied current understanding of their material properties. Indigenous oral histories from the region began to take on new significance. The Thule people, who had occupied Arctic territories for over 1,000 years, had stories about ice that holds the light of the ancestors. Their accounts described sacred sites where the frozen ground would sometimes glow with inner fire, particularly during the long polar nights when the aurora was most active. Dr. Vasquez's team began correlating crystal discoveries with periods of unusual electromagnetic activity. They found that the most geometrically complex formations appeared in areas where the Earth's magnetic field showed subtle but persistent anomalies. The crystals seemed to be responding to, or perhaps even influencing, the planet's magnetic environment in ways that current geological models couldn't explain. The implications stretched beyond crystallography into realms of physics that challenged fundamental assumptions about how matter organizes itself under extreme conditions. If these formations were indeed self-organizing across vast distances, they suggested the existence of information transfer mechanisms operating through the ice itself. The kaleidoscope crystals might be evidence of a form of geological communication that had been occurring beneath Arctantica for millennia. Recent attempts to create similar structures in controlled laboratory environments have all failed. Despite precise control over temperature, pressure, and chemical composition, researchers cannot replicate the optical complexity or structural uniformity of the natural formations. The crystals seem to require something that exists only in their native environment, something that decades of advanced scientific analysis have yet to identify. As research continues, the kaleidoscope crystals remain one of Arctantica's most beautiful and baffling enigmas. They exist in perfect geometric harmony beneath layers of ancient ice, refracting light in patterns that seem almost intentional, producing sounds that hover at the edge of perception, and maintaining thermal properties that suggest they're far more than simple mineral formations. Each discovery raises new questions about the hidden dynamics operating beneath the frozen continent. The crystals whisper of processes that might have been shaping Arctantica's subsurface environment for thousands of years, creating a hidden architecture of light and sound that continues to pulse with mysterious purpose in the perpetual darkness below. The Sleeper's megalithic pathway. Deep beneath Arctantica's windswept surface, ground-penetrating radar has traced the outline of something that shouldn't exist. A pathway of massive stone slabs, arranged with mathematical precision, stretches for over 3 kilometers across terrain that geologists insist has been frozen solid for millions of years. The discovery came during a routine ice survey in 2019, when Dr. Elena Vasquez noticed her equipment registering impossible readings. The stones beneath the ice measured nearly 4 meters in length, each one carved from granite that doesn't naturally occur anywhere within a 1,000-kilometer radius. They form a perfectly straight line, angled precisely toward magnetic south, defying every principle of glacial movement and natural stone formation. What makes this pathway even more perplexing is its depth. The stones rest 47 meters below the current ice surface, embedded in layers of ice that carbon dating places at over 15,000 years old. Yet the pathway itself shows no signs of the crushing pressure that should have pulverized any human-made structure over such a time span. 3 separate research teams have attempted to reach the stones through controlled melting operations. Each time, they've encountered the same phenomenon. At exactly 31 meters depth, their heating equipment begins to malfunction. Electromagnetic readings spike to levels that shouldn't be possible, and team members report a low-frequency humming that seems to emanate from the stones themselves. Dr. Marcus Holbrook, a specialist in megalithic architecture, spent 2 months analyzing the radar imagery. His conclusion challenged everything he thought he knew about ancient construction. The stones aren't simply laid in a line, they're interconnected through a sophisticated mortise and tenon system that requires advanced knowledge of engineering and precise stone-cutting tools. The craftsmanship rivals the finest megalithic sites in Europe, yet predates them by millennia. The pathway's alignment adds another layer of mystery. It points directly toward a region of Arctantica that satellite imagery shows as completely featureless, a vast plain of ice with no distinguishing landmarks. Yet when researchers plotted the pathway's trajectory, they discovered it intersects with 17 other magnetic anomalies scattered across the continent, each one registering the same impossible electromagnetic signatures. Local legends from the indigenous peoples who lived along Arctantica's edges speak of the Sleeper's Road, a path that once connected the world above to the world below, used by ancient travelers who walked between realms. These stories, dismissed for generations as mythology, now carry an unsettling weight. The oral traditions describe the pathway as being built by beings who came from the cold sky and who knew the Song of the Stones. Recent analysis of ice cores taken from directly above the pathway revealed microscopic traces of an unknown mineral compound. The substance contains isotopes that don't match any known earthly elements, yet they're distributed in perfect geometric patterns throughout the ice layers. It's as if the stones are slowly leaching some form of exotic matter into their surroundings, creating a chemical signature that defies conventional understanding of decay and preservation. The pathway's construction technique raises questions that conventional archaeology cannot answer. Each stone shows evidence of having been precisely cut using tools that left no chisel marks, no abrasion patterns, and no evidence of the hammering and shaping that characterizes all known ancient stonework. The surfaces are smooth to within microscopic tolerances, as if they were formed rather than carved. Temperature readings taken at various depths show another anomaly. While the surrounding ice maintains the expected sub-zero temperatures, the area directly around the stones registers consistently warmer readings, not enough to cause melting, but sufficient to create a thermal signature that extends upward through all 47 meters of ice. The heat source remains unexplained, as no geological activity has been detected in the region. Perhaps most disturbing are the reports from researchers who have spent extended periods studying the site. Team members consistently report the same dream, walking along a pathway of white stones under a sky filled with unfamiliar constellations, following a procession of tall figures whose faces they can never quite see. The dreams occur only while sleeping within a 5-kilometer radius of the pathway, and they intensify the closer researchers camp to the actual site. Dr. Vasquez's team attempted to map the pathway's full extent using deep penetration radar, but their equipment failed to find an endpoint. The stones continue beyond the range of their instruments, disappearing into the vast interior of Arctantica, like a road built for a journey that spans continents. Ground-penetrating sonar suggests the pathway may connect to similar structures buried elsewhere on the continent, forming a network of stone roads that cross beneath the ice like the remnants of some vast, forgotten infrastructure. The few samples of stone that researchers have managed to extract through ice drilling tell their own story. Geological analysis confirms the granite originated from quarries that are now buried beneath 3 kilometers of ice. The logistics of transporting such massive stones across such distances, even before the ice formation, would have required engineering capabilities that surpass many modern construction projects. Carbon dating of organic material found between the stones suggests the pathway was constructed during a period when Arctantica's climate was radically different from today. Yet the precision of the construction implies a sophisticated civilization that left no other archaeological evidence. It's as if the builders appeared, constructed this single monument, and vanished without leaving any trace of their presence beyond these sleeping stones. The pathway waits beneath its frozen veil, its purpose as mysterious as its origin. Each piece of evidence raises more questions than it answers, creating a puzzle that spans disciplines and challenges our fundamental understanding of human history. The stones hold their secrets behind 47 meters of ice, humming their low-frequency songs to researchers who can only listen from above, wondering who built this road and where it was meant to lead. In the silence of Arctantica's endless winter, the Sleeper's megalithic pathway remains exactly what its discoverers named it, a monument to questions we're not yet ready to answer, sleeping beneath the ice until the day we develop the courage to wake it. The Lost Underwater City Theory. In 2019, a routine sonar mapping expedition along Arctantica's eastern shelf detected something that shouldn't exist. The acoustic returns showed geometric patterns buried beneath 3,000 feet of ice-cold water, structures too organized, too deliberate to be natural formations. Dr. Elena Vasquez was leading the bathymetric survey when her equipment began painting pictures that defied explanation. What appeared on her screens looked like city blocks, vast rectangular foundations laid out in a grid pattern, stretching across an area the size of Manhattan. The discovery remained classified for 8 months. When the data finally surfaced in academic circles, it sparked debates that continue to divide the scientific community. Some dismiss the readings as glacial debris or unusual rock formations. Others see something far more profound. The structures lie in what geologists call the Arctantican shelf break, a region where the continental shelf drops away into the abyssal depths. This underwater terrain was above sea level roughly 12,000 years ago, during the last ice age. Back then, sea levels were nearly 400 feet lower than today. What makes these formations extraordinary isn't just their apparent artificial nature, it's their preservation. The constant near-freezing temperatures and lack of tectonic activity in this region create perfect conditions for preservation. If something was built here when the land was dry, it could theoretically survive intact for millennia. The sonar data reveals what appear to be massive foundation stones, some measuring over 60 feet in length. They're arranged in patterns that suggest streets, plazas, and building complexes. The largest structure shows as a pyramid-like formation rising nearly 200 feet from the seafloor. Dr. Marcus Chen, a marine archaeologist at the University of Tasmania, spent 2 years analyzing the acoustic data. His findings challenge conventional timelines of human civilization. The construction techniques implied by these structures would require advanced engineering knowledge that shouldn't have existed 12,000 years ago. What's particularly intriguing is how the structures seem to follow astronomical alignments. The main axis of the complex points directly toward the constellation Orion's Belt, the same alignment found in ancient monuments worldwide. This suggests whoever built these structures possessed sophisticated knowledge of astronomy and mathematics. 3 separate sonar expeditions have now confirmed the presence of these formations. Each survey has revealed additional details that deepen the mystery. The structures appear to be constructed from massive stone blocks, fitted together with precision that rivals ancient megalithic sites like Pumapunku in Bolivia. The implications are staggering. If these are indeed artificial structures, they represent evidence of advanced civilization existing during the last ice age, thousands of years before mainstream archaeology places the emergence of complex societies. This would rewrite fundamental assumptions about human development and technological progression. But the mystery deepens further. Recent analysis suggests the structures may be connected by underground passages, a network of tunnels that extends beneath the seafloor. These passages could potentially lead to dry chambers, preserved spaces that might contain artifacts or even environmental evidence of the builders. The water temperature at this depth hovers just above freezing year-round. Combined with the absence of strong currents, this creates an environment where organic materials could survive far longer than in warmer waters. If the builders left behind tools, artwork, or written records, they might still exist in these underwater chambers. Several research teams have proposed deep-sea diving expeditions to investigate the structures directly. However, the extreme depth and harsh conditions make such missions extraordinarily dangerous and expensive. The few attempts that have been approved have yielded only tantalizing fragments, carved stone blocks that don't match any known geological processes. One piece of evidence stands out among the rest. During a 2021 dive, marine archaeologists recovered a section of what appears to be carved granite. The block shows tool marks consistent with advanced cutting techniques, methods that create perfectly smooth surfaces impossible to achieve with primitive tools. The carving patterns on this stone fragment don't match any known ancient civilization. The symbols appear to be a form of writing, but they don't correspond to any prehistoric script in archaeological records. Some researchers suggest they might represent a completely unknown language or symbolic system. Adding to the enigma, the granite itself presents anomalies. Geological analysis reveals mineral compositions that don't match local rock formations. The stone appears to have originated from quarries located hundreds of miles away, raising questions about the logistics and transportation capabilities of the builders. The structure's positioning also suggests their creators understood concepts of urban planning and engineering that weren't supposed to exist in prehistoric times. The layout includes what appear to be drainage systems, water management features, and carefully planned traffic patterns. Recent advances in underwater archaeology have revealed additional details about the complex. Ground-penetrating sonar indicates the structures extend much deeper than initially thought. Some formations appear to descend several hundred feet below the seafloor, suggesting a multi-level construction that could include underground chambers and storage areas. The preservation state of these structures offers a unique opportunity to study prehistoric construction techniques. Unlike surface sites that have been weathered by millennia of exposure, these underwater ruins remain largely intact. Every detail of the original construction is potentially preserved in the cold, stable environment. What makes this discovery particularly compelling is its potential connection to flood legends found in cultures worldwide. Nearly every ancient civilization has stories of great floods that destroyed advanced prehistoric societies. These underwater structures could represent physical evidence of such lost civilizations. The timeline implications are profound. If confirmed as artificial, these structures would push back the date of advanced human civilization by thousands of years. They suggest that complex societies existed during the Ice Age, contradicting established archaeological timelines. As research continues, each new sonar pass reveals additional mysteries. The structures appear to be part of a much larger complex that extends across the seafloor. What lies beneath the ice and water of Arctantica's outer shelf may represent one of archaeology's greatest discoveries, or its most perplexing enigma. The frozen waters guard their secrets well, but slowly, the truth begins to emerge from the depths. Unknown energy anomalies. 3 separate research expeditions, 3 different decades, 3 identical equipment failures over the same coordinates in Arctantica's interior. Each time, sophisticated instruments designed to withstand the harshest conditions on Earth simply stopped working. Dr. Working. Elena Vasquez first noticed the pattern in 2019 while reviewing archived expedition reports dating back to the 1980s. She was analyzing electromagnetic readings from her team's recent survey when something caught her attention. The data showed clean, consistent measurements across hundreds of miles of ice sheet, then sudden gaps, complete instrument blackouts, lasting anywhere from minutes to hours. What disturbed her wasn't just the equipment failures, it was their precision. The affected zones formed perfect geometric patterns across the ice, triangular formations spanning dozens of kilometers. Areas where magnetometers went silent, where ground-penetrating radar returned empty static, where even basic GPS systems lost their fix on satellite signals. Vasquez contacted the expedition leaders from the previous surveys. Dr. Marcus Chen, who'd led the 2003 team, remembered the incidents vividly. His crew had lost 3 days of data collection when their entire instrument array went dark, crossing a specific ridge system. They'd assumed equipment malfunction, replaced everything, recalibrated. The same thing happened again at the exact same location during their return journey. The 1987 Soviet expedition faced identical issues. Their detailed logs, translated from Russian archives, described instruments falling into electronic sleep over regions they marked as zone of silence. Their lead scientist, Dr. Alexei Petrov, had hypothesized underground mineral deposits creating electromagnetic interference, but his geological sampling found nothing unusual in the ice cores, nothing that should create such targeted disruption. These weren't random equipment failures. The affected areas remained consistent across 30 years of technological advancement. Whether teams used analog instruments from the 1980s or digital arrays from the 2010s, the results were identical. Something beneath the ice was selectively interfering with human technology. The energy readings that did survive paint a stranger picture. Brief moments when instruments functioned normally showed electromagnetic signatures unlike anything in the scientific literature, pulsing energy patterns that seemed to follow lunar cycles, frequency modulations that resembled communication. Dr. Sarah Kim, a geophysicist from the University of Alaska, joined Vasquez's investigation in 2020. Together, they mapped the affected coordinates against geological surveys, ice depth measurements, and historical weather patterns. No correlation emerged. The energy anomalies weren't connected to bedrock composition, ice thickness, or atmospheric conditions. They were connected to something else entirely. Kim's spectral analysis revealed the electromagnetic signatures contained mathematical sequences, prime numbers, Fibonacci patterns, ratios that appeared in physics equations describing quantum field fluctuations. The energy wasn't random interference. It was structured information. The implications unsettled both scientists. If natural geological processes created these patterns, they represented physics beyond current understanding. If artificial sources generated them, that raised questions about their origin and purpose. Questions that grew more complex as the investigation deepened. Satellite thermal imaging showed no temperature variations over the affected zones. Ground-penetrating radar, when it functioned, detected no unusual subsurface structures. The ice appeared identical to surrounding areas, yet something beneath was projecting organized energy patterns powerful enough to overwhelm scientific instruments from hundreds of meters away. In 2021, an international team attempted to establish permanent monitoring stations within the anomalous zones. The project failed completely. Every piece of equipment installed in the geometric formations ceased functioning within hours of deployment. Instruments placed just outside the affected areas worked normally, transmitting data for months without interruption. The energy patterns were deliberately avoiding observation. Dr. Base Fermandakinwe in Thrutu work Bulpul to Nalnov. Petrov, now in his 70s, was interviewed by video call from his home in Moscow. He'd spent decades thinking about those 1987 incidents, developing theories that grew more unconventional with each passing year. His original hypothesis about mineral deposits had evolved into something far more speculative. "We were not the first to encounter this phenomenon," he said, his English careful but precise. "Indigenous peoples from Arctic regions have stories, lights beneath the ice, places where spirits guard ancient knowledge. We dismissed these as folklore, but perhaps we were wrong to dismiss them." Petrov shared copies of his original expedition notes, including sketches of the affected areas. His hand-drawn maps showed the same geometric patterns, later confirmed by GPS mapping. The consistency was remarkable. Whatever created these energy signatures had maintained the same configuration for at least 30 years, possibly much longer. Kim discovered references to similar phenomena in earlier exploration accounts. Ernest Shackleton's expedition logs from 1908 mention compass disruptions in specific locations. Norwegian surveys from the 1930s describe magnetic sleep zones where instruments failed. The pattern extends back over a century. Recent developments have added new dimensions to the mystery. Climate change has accelerated ice sheet melting, exposing bedrock in some previously frozen regions. Geological surveys of newly revealed areas show no anomalous formations. The energy sources remain buried beneath miles of ice, protected from direct observation. But the patterns are changing. Vasquez's latest data shows the geometric formations shifting slowly eastward. The movement is barely perceptible, perhaps a few meters per year, but it's consistent. The energy sources aren't fixed to specific coordinates. They're mobile, following pathways hidden beneath the ice. This discovery has attracted attention from research institutions worldwide. Teams from 6 countries have requested permission to investigate the anomalies. Most applications have been quietly denied by Antarctic treaty nations. The few approved expeditions have encountered the same equipment failures that have plagued surveys for decades. Whatever generates these energy signatures continues to evade scientific understanding. The patterns suggest intelligence, organization, purpose. The geographic distribution implies vast scale. The historical consistency indicates permanence, spanning generations. These aren't random electromagnetic anomalies. They're evidence of something extraordinary operating beneath Arctantica's frozen surface, something that has maintained its presence for over a century, systematically avoiding detection while leaving traces of its existence in the form of failed instruments and disrupted data. The mystery deepens with each investigation. Each attempt to understand the phenomenon reveals new layers of complexity. The energy signatures remain as enigmatic today as they were when first encountered by Soviet researchers in 1987. Somewhere beneath the ice, patterns of organized energy continue their ancient work, invisible to human observation, but undeniable.